O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Members, welcome back to the Legislative Assembly. Our chamber looks very different today. There are more seats and tables to allow members to physically distance themselves. I thank members for their cooperation. These steps and others, such as hand washing, hand sanitizing, and changing how we move around in the building, have been taken to reduce the risk of COVID-19. Before we begin today, I would like to extend the condolences of this House and my personal condolences to all who have lost a loved one recently. Such a loss is never easy. During these uncertain times, it has become particularly difficult as families and friends have been unable to come together to support one another and grieve their shared loss. Although you have not been able to get together to celebrate the lives of your loved ones, I know that you have continued to grieve their passing and honor their memories individually. These are challenging times. However, there is essential work to do. Members must review and adopt the government's 2020-2021 budget. Also, this sitting allows members to ask questions and review the government's response to COVID-19 pandemic. While the Assembly is closed to the public, the media can still attend. We continue to broadcast and stream live our proceedings. It is important residents can see and understand the work being done. This sitting will have interpretation into Chipewyan, French, and Clicho. These proceedings will also be interpreted into all official languages and posted online. I want to thank our interpreters for their hard work. To our residents, thank you. The restrictions required to stop the spread of COVID-19 have been hard. Now that some restrictions have been lifted, we must remain committed as we enjoy spring and summer. Members, the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories has recommended to the Assembly the passage of Supplementary Appropriations Act Infrastructure Expenditures Number 2, 2020-2021. Thank you. Minister statements. Minister statements, Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome all members back to the continuation of our second sitting of the 19th Legislative Assembly. Much has changed in the Northwest Territories and around the world since our sitting was interrupted by the declaration of a global COVID-19 pandemic this past March. Governments across Canada, including our own, have had to take swift and strong action to protect the health and safety of Canadians from this disease. COVID-19 is a disease that no one in the world has a natural immunity to. There is no vaccine, and there is no effective antiviral treatment for it. The best way to prevent its spread is to ensure people are not exposed to the virus. Physical distancing was, and still is, the best protection against COVID-19, and that is why governments across Canada moved quickly in mid-March to close businesses, restrict travel, and put limits on gathering of people. Mr. Speaker, while these strict limits were absolutely necessary for protecting everybody's health, they were devastating for the national and territorial economy. The situation has left our government, like all governments in this country, grappling with two challenges at the same time: a public health crisis and a social-economic crisis. On the public health side, we have relied heavily on the work of the Northwest Territories Chief Public Health Officer, as well as the Department of Health and Social Services and the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority. Along with public health officials across Canada, the Chief Public Health Officer was monitoring the progression of COVID-19 in other countries and taking steps to make sure the Northwest Territories was ready for it, even before the global pandemic was declared on March 11th. The day before the pandemic was declared, the Chief Public Health Officer issued an update on COVID-19 and gave extensive advice to Northwest Territories residents on how to keep themselves safe. Recommendations included avoiding non-essential travel outside the territory, self-monitoring for people who had recently traveled, reconsidering plans for public gatherings, and keeping a 2-week supply of food and medicine at home. As COVID-19 began to spread in southern Canada, the Minister of Health and Social Services, on the recommendation of the Chief Public Health Officer, declared a public health emergency in the Northwest Territories on March 18, 2020. The following day, the government of the Northwest Territories took the unprecedented step of directing its employees to begin working from home in an effort to help encourage physical distancing and slow the spread of COVID-19. 2 days later, on March 31st, the first case of COVID-19 was confirmed in the Northwest Territories, and a public health order prohibiting travel into the territory was put into place, except for residents returning home and workers providing essential services. All people entering the territories from outside were also required to self-isolate for 14 days in one of the 4 regional communities where appropriate medical care was available in the case that they developed COVID-19. On March 22nd, the Chief Public Health Officer recommended that all mass gatherings be cancelled immediately and that certain businesses where it would be impossible to maintain physical distancing be closed. These recommendations were made into binding public health orders on April 10, 2020. To assist with the implementation of the Chief Public Health Officer's orders, the government of the Northwest Territories set up regional self-isolation centres for people returning from outside the territory and established a compliance and enforcement task force drawing on staff from across the government of the Northwest Territories with enforcement experience. To better coordinate the whole of government response, the Municipal and Community Affairs Emergency Management Organization was fully activated and a territorial state of emergency was declared on March 24th. While all of these measures were necessary to protect residents and communities from the spread of COVID-19, our government recognizes that these decisions also had serious economic consequences for people, businesses, and communities. We also recognize that we had an obligation to not just protect public health, but to help the territory weather the financial and economic storm that COVID-19 had caused. This would require a whole-of-government effort with all departments involved in the response. On March 20th, just days into the crisis, the Ministers of Finance and Industry, Tourism and Investment announced on behalf of our government the first set of measures designed to help reduce the impacts of COVID-19 shutdown on the N.W.T and its residents. Valued at $13.2 million, this first economic package includes measures like providing low-interest loans through the Business Development and Investment Corporation to help businesses offset the impacts of COVID-19. The government of the Northwest Territories also agreed to advance resource revenues to Indigenous governments that are signatories to the Devolution Agreement and to allow Indigenous governments, non-government organizations, and community governments to carry over unused contribution amounts into the current fiscal year. Increased funding was also made available through Education, Culture, and Employment for income assistance clients and seniors to help address the impacts of COVID-19. In addition to new funding, the government of the Northwest Territories also decided to suspend or defer the collection of fees and revenues owing to it. This was another way to relieve the financial burden being experienced by people, businesses, and communities as a result of COVID-19. These measures included removing transportation fees by the Department of Infrastructure, deferring Business Development and Investment Corporation and student financial assistance loan payments, pausing most collection efforts and extending the due date for Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission employee fees. The Northwest Territories Power Corporation contributed to these relief efforts by removing load limiters and ceasing disconnections, as well as pausing its collection efforts. A second economic relief package, valued at almost $8.3 million, was announced on March 31st, including additional supports for income assistance clients and further fee reductions. This package also identified $5 million for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation to create temporary housing for homeless persons, including housing in Yellowknife, and 130 units in communities outside of the capital. Further announcements saw Education, Culture and Employment allocate $5 million to support childcare for essential workers and decide to exempt federal emergency benefits from income assistance eligibility calculations. The Department of Finance also introduced a wage top-up plan for workers earning less than $18 an hour. The Department of Justice also instituted a moratorium on residential evictions, allowed for rent deferrals for residential tenants affected by the pandemic, while the Housing Corporation enhanced the territorial rent supplement program. Leaseholders on public land were also seeing relief in the form of $2.7 million decision to waive rent on existing leases for the 2020 to 2021 fiscal year from the Department of Lands. Support to businesses has been a joint effort of our government and the Government of Canada, with the Government of the Northwest Territories efforts being designed to complement immediate relief available to the territorial businesses from the federal government. In addition to working capital loans provided by the Business Development and Investment Corporation, $4 million is available to territorial businesses through Industry Tourism Investment Seed Program to help businesses recover as COVID-19 pandemic subsides. In the first of two planned announcements, the Government of the Northwest Territories, in partnership with the Government of Canada, is helping 4 northern passenger-based airlines access $8.7 million in funding. Further funding announcements with Canada are expected for additional airlines. Of course, the Northwest Territories is not alone in facing this pandemic, and all members of Cabinet have been working closely with their federal, provincial, and territorial counterparts to help coordinate efforts and advocate for the Northwest Territories. All ministers are working hard to ensure that the Northwest Territories' needs are clearly understood, so federal assistance programs benefit our residents and businesses. We are also coordinating on key issues like securing the national supply chain so the territory continues to have access to essential goods, and participating in national bulk orders for personal protective equipment. While the threat of COVID-19 is not over, our government also recognizes that a complete shutdown of the Northwest Territories economy and society is not sustainable or affordable. Although our priority in the past 2 months has been on managing the immediate threat to public health, we've also been working on plans for recovery and for emerging wisely. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure all members felt the same relief I did when the Chief Public Health Officer unveiled her phase plan for carefully relaxing the public health restrictions that have kept the Northwest Territories residents safe during the first stages of the pandemic. To be clear, emerging from those restrictions means taking on greater risk that there could be new COVID-19 infections, but the gradual relaxation outlined in Emerging Wisely will help us manage the risk together. With a plan in place for managing the public health risk, the Government of the Northwest Territories is now focusing on emerging stronger with the plan for broader social and economic recovery. This will not be a plan the government develops in isolation. The pandemic hit all sectors of the Northwest Territories, and all sectors need to be involved in designing the recovery. As outlined to members previously, we'll be working closely with members of the Legislative Assembly to design a plan advised by committees representing business and industry, Indigenous governments, and community organizations. COVID-19 presents a shared challenge like none this government has faced before, Mr. Speaker. No previous territorial government has had to respond to a global health threat so quickly and with so little time to prepare. I am proud of the work this government of the Northwest Territories has done to design solutions on the fly, protect public health, manage and mitigate the social and economic impacts on individuals, businesses, and communities, and keep essential services running safely. I want to thank all the staff who worked tirelessly to help support the government's response to COVID-19, especially our frontline staff in the healthcare system, staff managing the self-isolation centers, and the compliance and enforcement staff protecting our borders and making sure people are following public health orders. I also want to thank and recognize all the essential workers who have continued to come into work throughout this pandemic, like the truckers, grocery store and pharmacy workers, childcare workers, law enforcement, and airline employees who have continued to keep the Northwest Territories moving. While the entire territory has risen to the challenge of COVID-19, there are more challenges to come. We are a strong and resilient territory, and I am confident that we can successfully manage our way through this pandemic and emerge even stronger by working together with the same kind of spirit and determination that Northwest Territories residents have displayed over the past 2 months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the past few months, we've asked people to change the way we live, we work, we socialize in order to protect our territory against COVID-19. This is by far the most significant public health crisis we have faced in decades. Today, I'd like to reflect on the public health measures we have put in place and how we continue to protect our territory while bringing some stability back to our lives. Mr. Speaker, our response to COVID-19 began well before the public health emergency was called. In early March, the Department of Health and Social Services and the Chief Public Health Officer activated Emergency Operations Center. This allowed for rapid COVID system planning and preparation. We had also begun testing residents and visitors for COVID-19 who presented flu-like symptoms and had traveled outside the Northwest Territories well before the pandemic was declared. This allowed us to take quick action if a positive case was confirmed and ensure our testing capacity was in place across the Northwest Territories. The Chief Public Health Officer also issued guidance to all long-term facilities to protect our elders against the spread of the virus. Additionally, our healthcare system initiated enhanced infection control practices in all healthcare facilities to protect our frontline workers. Our public outreach was also increased to provide residents with truthful, evidence-based information on the virus and how to keep each other safe. Mr. Speaker, the situation in southern Canada began to escalate and was apparent that stronger action was required. I declared a public health emergency on March the 18th on the recommendation of the Chief Public Health Officer. This allowed the Chief Public Officer to issue the necessary public health orders to protect our territory. These orders prohibited non-resident travel within the territory, mandated 2 weeks of self-isolation for residents returning from anywhere outside our boundaries, and that self-isolation plans had been submitted in order to ensure compliance. Mr. Speaker, as we began to get positive cases, we made difficult decisions to close businesses where physical distance could not be maintained. At the same time, we provide necessary advice for essential businesses and employers to stay open safely. We also acted to limit the risk from essential workers entering into Northwest Territories to play a crucial role in our society and our economy by getting measures in place to track them, monitor their health, and have them self-isolate whenever possible. Mr. Speaker, a significant amount of work went on behind the scenes to build the necessary systems to fully implement the public health measures. Within hours of restricting travel, our government instituted public health call centers. Staff checked stops on our highways and airports and set up self-isolation hubs and implemented a self-isolation planning and assessment process. The Chief Public Health Officer also established a compliance enforcement task force trained to respond to public health risk in our communities. This team is working across the Northwest Territories and has visited more than half of our communities to provide outreach events to educate residents about the public health measures as well as to enforce. Mr. Speaker, the results from our initial response has allowed us to contain the spread of COVID-19. We currently have no cases and no community spread. That is a testament of the effectiveness and the orders in keeping us safe. And it's also credit to everyone in this territory who followed the orders and advice to contain this virus. Mr. Speaker, while implementing a timely and aggressive public health measure was necessary to contain the spread, the need to gradually and wisely ease our restrictions was also part of the overall plan. We were just waiting until it was safe to do so. 2 weeks ago, the Chief Public Health Officer released Emerging Wisely, our path to emerging gradually, safely and wisely from our restricted public health measures and bringing stability back to the territory. It reflects the caution and care of our residents in order to continue to protect our remote communities as well as our healthcare system. Through the 4 phases of easing restrictions are gradually lifted to allow residents to visit their friends, family, and neighbors and do more activities and reopen more business and doing it all safely. But we also made it clear that this is not a return to business as usual, and it will not be until this pandemic has run its course. We are calling on residents to accept that some measures will be in place for a long time. Travel into the territory will remain restricted. Self-isolation requirements will remain in place for residents who choose to travel outside the Northwest Territories and for those entering on essential or exceptional basis. Until there is a vaccine, we must keep physical distance of 2 meters, continue to wash our hands more than we ever have, wear non-medical masks in crowded spaces, and keep most of our vulnerable safe. That is what will keep this territory strong and healthy. Mr. Speaker, all the Northwest Territories residents have to play a role, and we must be mindful and use caution as our restrictions are lifted, because this pandemic will continue, and so will our response. Lifting restrictions comes with some risks. It is likely that we'll get more cases, we may experience community spread, and rise to this challenge. We may also need to call on everyone to make sacrifices again. But with these months behind us, I'm confident that Northerners have the strength and the resiliency to do what is necessary to protect themselves, their family and friends and communities to maintain healthy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great respect and admiration that I stand here today and recognize Mr. Alex Morin, a respected elder and a long-time resident of Hay River who recently celebrated his 90th birthday on May 22nd. Mr. Morin grew up in a commercial fishing family, and it was the allure of the Great Slave Lake and the resources it had to offer that brought him to the N.W.T. at the young age of 17. Alex, as he prefers to be called, is originally from Isle of Cross, a small commercial fishing community in Saskatchewan. Alex and his wife made Hay River their home, where they raised 3 children and were blessed with many grandchildren. Alex still resides in the West Channel in Hay River, which is the heart of the commercial fishing industry. Alex fished the Big Lake until his retirement. He is a strong supporter and advocate for fishers on the Great Slave Lake. He is well aware of the problems that have existed in the commercial fishing industry and continue to exist to this day. If you want history on the Great Slave Lake commercial fishery, then Alex is the person to talk to. In addition to fishing, Alex found the time to help establish the Métis Association and the N.W.T. He was president of the local Hay River Métis Association for a number of years where he advocated for Métis rights and programs. Alex, I know you enjoyed your birthday, and I look forward to having coffee with you when I get back home. And as the commercial fishing industry is a priority of this government, I will be looking to you for some guidance. Happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Like many residents of the Northwest Territories, I've been mulling over the dramatic changes to our lives as a result of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Very few of us could have predicted in January where we are today. Many have lost their jobs or had their income severely reduced. Students have lost the opportunity to fully complete their studies this year. Many parents and guardians are struggling with adapting to work from home. On the positive side, there have been significant government assistance programs developed and delivered in very short order. We are on the verge of a guaranteed basic income. We have found housing for homeless people, including a managed alcohol program here in Yellowknife with remarkable results. Here are some of the concerns that have been foremost in my mind during the COVID-19 public health emergency. They are largely a result of the concerns brought forward by constituents and residents across the N.W.T. Need for better communications from Cabinet, stronger and better coordinated border controls, follow-up and enforcement, clearer definition and communications around essential service workers, and appropriate precautions being taken to ensure that southern workers do not put northern residents at significant risk. There are still some gaps in the assistance programs, including financial assistance for renters and small landlords, targeted assistance for seniors and vulnerable populations, more tools for communities around liquor restrictions, improved benefits and wages for essential service workers, better coordinated financial assistance for small businesses, financial and other assistance for critical supply chains, including regional air carriers and trucking services, greater support for those activities and sectors that build greater self-reliance and economic resiliency, including food security. We also need to start to turn our minds to what life can and should be like in a post-COVID world. We need a thorough and public review of N.W.T's pandemic planning and response, a reevaluation of the 19th Assembly Legislative Assembly priorities and Cabinet mandate, a thoughtful discussion of how to restart our economy without losing some of the significant assistance and program gains, and increased initiatives to build a more self-sufficient economy. As Northerners, we always help each other. We will get through this together and be that much stronger for it. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we return to this House for our first day of our regular spring session. But this is anything but regular. We have our seats 6 feet apart, and Brian has the measuring tape to prove it. We have come accustomed to following arrows, not only in the Legislative Assembly, but everywhere in public, seems. We have been recommended to wearing masks in public, and we cannot fly without one. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, this is anything but regular. Mr. Speaker, when we left here after session on March 16th, things changed so fast. On March 18th, the public health emergency was declared. Our first case of COVID was diagnosed. Travel was restricted to non-residents. The education leaders across the territory closed the schools for the remainder of the year. And then on my birthday, I got a state of emergency declared. All this within less than 2 weeks. But on April 1st, 2020, it really hit home for me. Inuvik got its first and only case of COVID-19. I thought my phone was busy when the day the first case was announced. But when it arrived at home, it scared everyone. My community was afraid. They were angry. They wanted to know who it was. I tried my best to answer the questions, give them as much information as I could on how to keep themselves and their families safe. In that, I want to thank my community for staying safe by following the recommendations that were given by Dr. Condola. I want to thank the groups of people who got together to help out those in isolation, elders, and high risk. I want to thank the Indigenous groups and their staff in my community for continuing to provide food, gas, supplies for families to get out on the land. This year, I saw so many families' pictures out on the land. Thank you to all the essential workers that continue to work in Inuvik to provide the needed supplies, groceries, and services. Thank you to the ministers that took my calls and emails and made quick decisions and policy changes to assist our residents. I hope we can continue to make those quick changes. I also give my condolences to you, Mr. Speaker, you and your family on the loss of your father, and to the families of my community who lost loved ones during this time. Even having a funeral was not normal, but they managed to pay their respects as best as they could and celebrate the lives in a new way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nivik Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tunade Welde.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're all Northerners. You know, as Northerners, that's our very nature to mingle, hug, shake hands, to be physically close with each other. Especially true in our small communities, you know. During this time, normally we had our carnivals, we had our jigging. I could hear the jigging in my head right now. I could hear the drums and people having a good time. But that was all disrupted by COVID. But you know what? I believe we're all resilient. We're a resilient bunch, and we can get through this. We got through other scourges. And I said in an online address on my social media that, you know, the key to get through this is through patience and discipline, and I stand behind that. I still believe that. We're not through this. This isn't over, and we need to stay the course. And Mr. Speaker, you know, let us not, again, I mentioned that we went through the Spanish influenza way back in before World War I. And when I left my home community in Denny, New Quay, I looked over, there's still a mass grave marker there. You know, I hope we never had to go through that ever. And I want to thank all the medical staff and all the workers that did what they need, all the frontline workers did what they did to protect our people and to make sure no one got through this without dying. And you know, our community, some of our small communities, they took measures to protect themselves, i.e. security checkpoints. You know, I stood behind them. I think that we could have did a little bit more as a government, but right now, like I said, this is a process. We're still going through this process, and where we're sitting right now is a perfect example of it. With our masks and our arrows now that we have to, all our new protocols now because of COVID. But it did bring up some experiences, you know, through all this. You know, it made us think and reflect. You know, during this time, you know, we, as a people, we managed to house our homeless during this pandemic. It made me think about the basic universal income that we're giving to people through this. It made me think of how we give Mother Nature a break, some breathing room here, some reduction in greenhouse gases. Those kind of things really, really brought them some things to light, and how we can proceed as a government in the future. But in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask unanimous consent to finish my statement.
A member seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statements. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be brief. In closing, I wanted to say that, a lot of it was disrupted. There's no weddings or anything like that, and our funerals aren't even the same. And, my condolences to all those that lost their loved ones, all our elders. And I'm hoping when all this is done, we can have a good, proper celebration, good feast, and pay our respects the right way as a group, like we always do, because that's what we do as Northerners. And we're going to get through this, and I want to pass the message on to everybody in the North. Message.
Thank you, member for Tunade Welde. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we in the N.W.T are experiencing a much-needed pause in the pandemic. It's time to reflect on what has happened and to plan for the second wave of COVID-19, which we are told is coming. Mr. Speaker, I wish I'd printed my statement out. We ended up sitting in a time of high anxiety. In my family, both my daughter and my partner were tested for COVID and quarantined until the results came back negative. Our family business, the funeral home, has had to adapt to a new way of helping families because funerals are not allowed. And it has been difficult for us and for grieving families to find new ways to say goodbye. But we are committed to and have followed the Chief Public Health Officer's orders, and we've adapted. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are also anxious. I had more calls than ever before seeking exemptions to the public health orders, as well as complaining about a perceived lack of enforcement, constituents worried about being evicted from their homes, and about not having a home to self-isolate in. Mr. Speaker, personal service businesses wondered how they could pay for their bills when their revenue dropped to zero, and from retailers who also saw similar drops. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm having technical difficulties. Mr. Speaker, good things have happened. The Chief Public Health Officer's orders have contained the spread of the virus. In the Northwest Territories, people in all walks of life have innovated to keep us going, from new restaurant takeout options to the beginning of a managed alcohol program to teachers taking up the challenge of delivering distance learning. The United Way has been busy fundraising for communities around the N.W.T. The Yellowknife Co-op has generously shared its profits to help people who need food. The Yellowknife Community Foundation has doubled its scholarship offerings to assist students who don't have jobs this summer. Yellowknifers have been very generous to one another, from offering to pack hampers, donating to nonprofits, and offering personal acts of kindness. Mr. Speaker, now that we are emerging wisely, we are trying to get back to activities and services that are part of everyday life. Once again, the Chief Public Health Officer is guiding us through this process, and we need to continue listening to her advice and apply that to ourselves, our families, and friends. Throughout this stressful time, we have shown that we are indeed stronger together. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back, everyone. It's truly an honor to be sitting in this House once again. I'd like to begin by thanking everyone, our citizens, my colleagues, our public servants. I don't know when people sleep. Honestly, everyone has been working so hard, and it's been amazing. The World Health Organization said in a pandemic, you must move quickly, and that won't always be perfect. And I believe that's what we have done. We are one of the few places on Earth with no active cases of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. We are in the midst of a global pandemic, which is no doubt a tragedy. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their lives across this planet. But we, as the Northwest Territories, have had a very strong and resilient response. And it is in the midst of this pandemic that resilience and entrepreneurial spirit of the North must guide us through. I want us to not lose ground on the progress we have made to date. It is amazing how quickly our government can pivot on issues when we put our minds to it. I want us to think bigger, Mr. Speaker. Working from home, 4-day work weeks, a guaranteed basic income, a truly digital government, hundreds of small businesses and entrepreneurs in a place that truly values their neighbors and neighboring communities. I think all of these things are possible and more. We know Northerners are resilient, and I want to take a moment to focus on our ability to be adaptive. 3 months ago, I thought the idea of using the internet as a tool to forward politics, education, and healthcare was a far-off dream. I thought our virtual care strategy in public health wasn't going to go anywhere. And in months, we have seen more progress in virtual care than I ever thought to see in 4 years. And I want to congratulate the Department of Health and Social Services for all of the amazing work they have done to date, Mr. Speaker. I hope we realize that as a territory, we have the capacity to continue improving our systems. Our government is uniquely positioned to take advantage of these new opportunities. We have proven that the N.W.T can be flexible and nimble, and our size means that sweeping and effective change can be made simply by trying. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to these next few weeks. I look forward to a renewed spirit of cooperation across the North. And Mr. Speaker, I believe we will beat COVID-19 together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful for Drs. Candola and Cook and their teams who have worked tirelessly to keep Northerners safe, but the last 10 weeks have taken their toll. My constituents, Mr. Speaker, are suffering. Businesses were told to close, consumers asked to stop consuming, and people were required to distance themselves. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the messaging urging people to stay home, stay connected, and that we're all in this together. However, while we are all in the same storm, we are not in the same boat. Some have faced this pandemic alone. Some have struggled to provide for their families through layoff or closed business. Many continue working full-time while homeschooling children. All are struggling to process the grief of change, uncertainty, and fear. Mr. Speaker, I've noticed an alarming change in my interactions with constituents. At the start of our lockdown, my constituents looked to me for clarification on restrictions and supports. Now, every single evening, I receive tear-filled phone calls from people who have run out of adrenaline. Change is exhausting. Treading water is exhausting. Our people need hope and to believe that things are going to get better. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T needs to step up and take bold actions to quickly reinforce and rebuild our northern economy. It must ensure that all Northerners stay afloat, regardless of how leaky their boats may be. This will require all members of this House to stay focused on the most important issues to make tough decisions necessary for our recovery. To my constituents, do not stop calling. Don't apologize for taking time, calling too late, or sharing too much. In this Instagram-ready world, society encourages us to put out an image of our best selves and teaches us to judge ourselves for negative emotions like sadness or anger. If we refuse to allow ourselves the space to experience these feelings, then we are denying our own humanity. Northerners need the space to be human in the midst of this pandemic, to navigate their grief, cope with where we are today, and build the skills required to move forward tomorrow. Embracing the emotional courage to share allows yourself to be human. Mr. Speaker, our tomorrow will not look like our yesterday, and this is scary, but change also brings great potential. I pledge to continue to help my constituents push the N.W.T to take bold and decisive steps to lead us to our new normal. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for the N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand up and I'd like to say condolences to some of my members of my community of Tuktoyaktuk. We lost a great leader of Eddie Dillon, Community Corp Chair, longest standing mayor of Tuk, and a big asset to the Inuvialuit Final Agreement, and sat on so many boards, and the Tuk Community Corporation Chair at his passing. I'd like to give condolences to his brother Billy, Wayne, Floyd, and his sister Corrine, his children Sarah, Terry Lee, Tessa, Tia, and his son William. Thoughts and prayers are with you. Mr. Speaker, also Mr. Bert Kimiksana, thoughts and prayers are with Roy, Margaret, and Fred as they grieve. Passing on Gordon Aknaviak, one of the, probably in my own community growing up, one of the greatest polar bear hunters. Always traveled by himself with his dog, traveling out in the ice. You could watch him when we were just kids going to school. And always successful too in his hunts. He passed away, and thoughts and prayers to his wife, his sister Minnie Butt, and her family out of Hay River. Mr. Speaker, also would like to, for yourself, your dad was a mentor to a lot of dog mushers in the Beaufort Delta. He's a mentor in bringing the Delta Husky to the region. One year we brought George Atla into the community. George Atla wanted one of his Huskies. He said no. And that said a lot for your father. And he was a great mentor, trapper. And he'll be sadly missed. And thoughts and prayers to yourself and your mother, Grace, and all your brothers and siblings. Also today, the passing of my uncle, my wife's uncle, Billy Gordon, passed away this morning. I want to say to his partner, Helen Larocque, his sister, Edith Burke, my mother-in-law, Maggie Jordan, Danny C. Gordon, his children, Janine, Chucky, Ryan, and Vaughn. Our thoughts and prayers are with you, and we'll get through this together. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for the N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in my home community, there's a funeral services. We're here now, but we would think of them. And you know, there's so much tragedy has been happening in our home community. It's not very, very great, and this is things people are going through. All the Dry Bones family, there's a funeral services in Bichocon right now, and then there'll be another one tomorrow, and that would be a Najo family. They're all related. And I like to say to them, we're thinking of them, although we're in a process of this assembly session, but because we think of one another, thinking of them, having them on our prayers, we think of them greatly, Mr. Speaker. And today, as a government, and we have our work to do, and how many of gathering that we do when we say social distancing, but because of the gathering, we have to respect our leaders as well, that we have a lot of things that we have to be able to face. But right now, today, I like to say that we think of our people. So what do we do? What do we say? We think we stand up strong, and we think of them in our prayers, that we would make them feel they are remembered. And because whenever we speak our family, because there's just been so much tragedies right now within our communities, within our lands, I'll say right now that we are thinking of them right now. Today, you know what we are facing. I have to say one more time that we are thinking of them, praying for them, young and old, and that past now, we're all thinking of them as well. We are hoping that we would be able to go through this whole process, and so that with our great mind, with open mind, with this gathering right now, this gathering at Legislative, take a minute to pray for them. Thank you. And Range Lake.
It's a constituent.
8D Range Lake, 8 Assistant, that's a deal there.
2020. Robin was an incredible woman who touched the lives of many. She was an example of a true Northerner, one who gave her all, but no matter how busy, she always made time for others. Robin was an inspiration to
Sind at a dune Edzon Northwest Territories, has so sent out Wogung, it's a D, Wogus it a D, N.W.T, and it's a D, Hazo, D, Hazo, the like, isn't like it's a
starting in 1976 as an 11-year-old figure skater. She also represented the N.W.T in both the Canada Winter and Summer Games, making her one of the most accomplished Team NT athletes. In 1985, Robin helped start the first women's hockey in Yellowknife, and she is recognized as one of the N.W.T's greatest female hockey players. Proof of her phenomenal skills came in 1990. Robin traveled to Hawaii to play in the Royal Hawaiian Cup. She was the only woman playing and won top goaltender and most valuable player. In 1994, Robin was scouted for the Women's Hockey Team Canada, but a bad knee prevented her from joining the team. Robin's other passion, Mr. Speaker, was broomball, and she competed in many territorial, national, and international tournaments, winning the 2013 Pacific Rim Tournament in Melbourne, Australia, as their coach. Robin has won awards over her career, including the Sport North Beth Miller Senior Athlete Award, and in 2018, Robin was given the well-deserved honor of being inducted into the N.W.T Sport Hall of Fame. Although famous for her sports career, Robin was also an incredible friend to many, many Northerners, as well as having friends from around the world. She was always the first to lend a hand where needed. Robin took on every challenge with grace and heart. It was that heart that letter to Mary, the love of her life, Tracy. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Robin Mercier-Spurl was a true role model, not only in sports, but in life. Robin never backed down from a challenge, facing every day with relentless will. As Robin would say, it doesn't matter if you're winning the game or losing the game. Always try your hardest and never give up. My deepest condolences to Tracy Mercier-Spurl, Robin's family, and the many, many people of the North and throughout the world whose life she touched. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Range Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Colleagues, as it has been an hour since we've started with the rules that we agreed to go by yesterday, we'll be taking a 10-minute break as we don't have pages in the house to refill your drinks or anything, so we'll give the members 10 minutes and reconvene. Thank you. Thank you. I'll now call the House back to order. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. There's a couple there. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all well aware that because of the pandemic, our economy is being hit hard. And we got to find a way, I guess, to get it back on track. And one of the things that I guess I see is that we have two departments, I guess 3 departments probably, is housing, infrastructure, and education, culture, and employment. Those I see as the 3 departments that are going to provide the contracts, provide the employment and the training that for our residents and for our businesses. We also talk about, you know, having panels, like blue chip panels and that, and, you know, of business people. And I guess what I see with that, if we're looking for a blue chip panel, our blue chip panels are in every community. They're made up of businesses, business people who are working hard and trying to make a dollar. So the questions I have are for the minister responsible for infrastructure. Time is of the essence when it comes to helping businesses survive this pandemic period. So besides the loans, deferrals, and grants that are being provided, what is the department doing, Department of Infrastructure doing, to make sure businesses have the opportunity to get back to work? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his questions. The Department of Infrastructure is continuing on with our capital plan. We have had to have a bit of delay in our process to account for COVID, including the maybe lack of want of southern or outside workers in small communities. This has delayed the implementation of some of our contracting at this point. However, the Department of Infrastructure does plan to continue forward and with most of our infrastructure projects going forward that we already had on the books. We've started to tweak and look at our procurement strategy. We've done a few things right now to make that a little bit more accessible to Northerners and favoring Northerners, in that we've removed the minimum scoring requirements for the RFPs and a few other tweaks. I believe I sent you all an email about that last week. So we are starting with some small changes that we can make at the moment, but we are going to be committing or executing a multi-department review of procurement, which will include BIP. It will be in conjunction with the Minister of Finance's department as well. My 2 departments, ITI and infrastructure. So we recognize that procurement has some issues in the Northwest Territories, and we are committed, as we had said in our commitments or our mandate and priorities, that we would address those issues, and that's still the plan for infrastructure going forward. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Sir, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the minister to provide me some comfort that the department will start to use the tools such as negotiated contracts and sole source contracts to the advantage of our northern businesses. Because right now what's happening is we still see contracts from the north going to southern contractors, and there's always a reason why. There's always an excuse why, and we've got to put a stop to that. And you know, and I'm looking to the minister and her department to tell me how she's going to do it, and as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister of Infrastructure.
Speaker. Yes, I completely do commit to making these changes. I think that within the department, I have recognized that it is a much more complex situation than when I was first speaking to you about this. I do recognize that people are tired of excuses and tired of hearing, we just have to do this way, and playing it safe, because that's pretty much the messaging, is that the safest thing for me as a minister is to put everything out to open tender, and then I protect myself. That is not the way we will be going forward, and I can guarantee and commit to that right now. We are already in the discussions within Cabinet about some specific negotiated contracts, but as well a general conversation around direct sole source and negotiated contracts and maximizing our dollars in the North. So we're definitely intent to go down that road. I have already acknowledged that at times it's tough to move this government ship very quickly, and I acknowledge that it hasn't moved fast enough for some of the members on the other side. But I continue to commit to making those improvements where I see fit. I do have to make sure, though, that I make informed changes and choices for my department, and I'm recognizing the more I'm in this role, how little I actually know, and therefore I do need to make sure we're making the right choices moving forward. But I do commit to you, and I know that commit to all of you, and this, Mr. Speaker, that at any time, if people do want to discuss specific contracts or this going forward more, we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Haver South.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we saw how fast the Department of Health responded to COVID, and we saw what the government could actually do, how fast they can react. And I'm hoping that the Department of Infrastructure is going to be the same way and not kind of drag this out with, wait until we get panels in place and, waiting and coming up with more excuses. So, and one of the problems I see is that, the staff, I no doubt are working hard, whether they're at home or not. But one of the problems I see is that we don't have a lot of people in the offices. But we have office buildings in the communities that have separate offices, and we have nobody working in them. And that's got to change. And I'd like to see that change sooner than later. And I'd like to know what the department's doing about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, a lot of how the direction around the workplaces and such came from the CPHO's office, and infrastructure and ITI just had to accommodate it like everybody else in the workplaces. There was a whole of government conversation around our workspaces, but I do agree with what the member is saying is now we are past the reaction stage where, we were just trying to keep everybody safe, and now we do need to look at being proactive and getting people back to work. I do think that having people go back to the offices will actually increase productivity. I know for myself, when I started coming to the Ledge again a couple weeks ago, when I was able to leave my home, that actually had a huge amount of change in my mental health about work, and just feeling like I was more productive and able to also then separate work from home, which I'm hearing is a big concern of many of our employees. They're not able to deal with doing their work and having their children at home, and then they're finding that their work hours are extending well into the evenings. And for some people that's great, they're flexible, they work in the morning and then they work in the evening. However, we do need to get back to doing business in the Northwest Territories. Infrastructure did have a large role in the pandemic around the borders and the supply chain and procurement and PPE. So we were quite busy with doing that. We did have contract issues that we had to look at for contracts that were ongoing, as far as whether they were still going to be able to be executed and were we opening the government up to liability. So there was a lot within infrastructure that we had to deal with before we could start churning out the contracts again and determining how we were going to do that. So it has been probably a little slower than the member would like, but I do commit to taking the points you've made about the offices back to my department and having that conversation with them this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess in saying all this, I think it's important that the Department of Health and the Department of Infrastructure work together to coordinate moving ahead, because it seems to me what's happened, everything went so fast, and I understand that Department of Health probably had to take the lead and do stuff without really having time to talk to anybody else. But now we have that time. So how is your department working with the Department of Health to make sure this goes ahead smoothly and quickly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, my department, all the departments actually, have quite often ADM committees, working committees. They also have DM working committees. So I would say that my department and the Department of Health have actually had a lot of conversation over the last while. But you're correct. There was a direction coming from Health and Social Services that needed to happen so that we could protect worker health and safety. Maybe now is the time that infrastructure does need to push forward a little harder and say, okay, we need to take a little bit more risk in having people back to work so that we can move forward the process of government. I would say that we did step back, and we just really, our priority and our focus was ensuring the health and safety of the residents. And we also run into issues with WSCC. If people are not feeling safe to go back into their workplace, they have every right to refuse unsafe work. So right now what the department is doing is we're looking at our buildings and all of the buildings that we manage for the N.W.T, and we're trying to put in as many measures in place or engineering controls so that we don't minimize the exposures of people that are working. So right now we have things like sensor faucets going in, looking at no-touch doors, those types of things. So right now that's the work that's going on with infrastructure so we can get government employees back to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Premier, who's coordinating N.W.T's pandemic planning and recovery. In my statement earlier today, I reflected on some of the lessons learned to date. I recognize that we're still in the midst of the pandemic, but we must have learned some lessons and best practices by now. Has the Premier begun to plan for a thorough and public review of N.W.T's pandemic planning and response, and what sorts of specific measures or steps can we expect to see? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So looking for a plan of our response for COVID-19, absolutely, we're looking at it. However, I do want to be careful with that because COVID-19 is still here. We're still experiencing things at a rapid rate. Changes come, it's slowed down a bit, but when the second wave, we're expecting that changes will come pretty rapidly. So we have been in the process now of changing our services, providing services that we needed and programs that we needed to accompany people. But some of the things will need to be done. For example, the municipal and community government, the EMO is the one that stands in my head, the most prominent at this point. EMO, the Emergency Management Organization, was meant to be a program for floods, community programs, community issues, floods, forest fires, etc. So this pandemic made it a worldwide. And so at that point, it became more of a cabinet decision. Those are things, so going into the future, that probably will be a legislation that I'd want changed in this assembly. But at this point, we're still in the middle of it. We've only just begun it, so it would be inappropriate at this time to go looking at changing legislation right now, recognizing we're already, cabinet has control of it, but it will be something that we need to do in this assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le President. I want to thank the Premier for that. I think I almost heard her say that she's willing to look at the Emergency Measures Act. That's a good thing. I've got lots of other ideas about, I'm sure the Chief Public Health Officer is going to conduct some kind of review as well. But the review needs to be done in a public fashion. Maybe the Auditor General can give us some ideas as well. But I want to move on, Mr. Speaker. As MLAs, we collectively developed a set of priorities, and then Cabinet went off and developed a mandate that was tabled and discussed in the House. Would the Premier agree that given the pandemic, it is time to review and update those priorities and the mandate? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So a couple of months ago when COVID-19 hit us, it was March, early March. Towards the late March, I started to realize life was changing really quickly. We were having to supplement areas that we had never put money in before. Programs were closing up, offices were closing up. We were looking at a new way of doing business. So it made me wonder, Mr. Speaker. We spent months going over the mandate, making it based on the priorities, and I started to wonder, do we have the money? Is it still the priority? So I gave direction actually at the end of March for the departments to start looking at the mandate and actually looking at what they can do. So I'm not going to give too much right here because it is a process, and I do believe that it's important to work with regular MLAs. We have put an offer into standing committee, my understanding is, and so at that point we'd like to be able to talk to the members to review where we are with the mandate and if we need any changes, because in initial review on our side, it looks like a lot of the mandate can still be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Premier for that, and I agree that it is time to review the mandate and probably need to collectively look at the priorities we develop. But I want to say that N.W.T's economic assistance programs to small businesses have been very slow and uneven, and I'm going to have a lot more to say about that. But I want to ask the Premier about overall planning for economic recovery. We've had an initial presentation without specifics, but can the Premier tell us now how the views of regular MLAs are going to be incorporated, and when does she anticipate this effort really starting to take off? Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about, again, most people, when they talk about COVID-19, people have seen the economic impacts, and people have been, across the world, across Canada, have been talking about economic recovery. I think we're one of the only jurisdictions that is talking about economic and social recovery, because perhaps because we're a small population, we had the benefit of actually seeing what we could do in a short amount of time. So I think that involving MLAs was a commitment that we made at the beginning of this session. It has been long, it does take a lot more time, but I made a commitment that it would not be Cabinet +3, and I will maintain that commitment, which means that as we work forward, when we develop our economic and social recovery plan, we have proposed to members that we have a joint committee that is made up of Cabinet and the regular members, so that the regular members are actively engaged, not just giving the information, but actually engaged in the process of defining what our future will be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Final supplementary, Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Premier, and I do believe that she's committed to an inclusive process. Clearly, there's been some success stories during this pandemic, and I mentioned some of those in my statement. You know, we've got social programs that are starting to deal with homelessness. We've got a managed alcohol program, a wage subsidy for low-income workers, payrolling of income assistance, and more. But can the Premier share thoughts about how we can keep these significant gains and how we can continue to plan for economic recovery at the same time? Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those who were here in the last Assembly would remember one time I had been asked in the House about where I stood, and I said, people have called me many names, but they haven't called me a name. But people have called me at times a socialist. I don't think I'm really that radical, but people have said that. I am all about universal child care and guaranteed living wage. I think it is part of the answer. I do not believe the perception that people would just sit back and be lazy. I think that would tire people very quickly. So I've already started to put the fuel in the fire. So as I meet with our premiers across Canada, with our Prime Minister, I've already been saying to them and saying things such as, you've given the wage increase, you're giving these out to people, how can you ask us to take it back? So I think that is really important. It's a matter of not only what we do as a government, what the federal government does. So I've been working very closely with the 3 territories on both sides, and we're looking at providing a win-win to the federal government. These programs, getting people in housing, giving people almost a guaranteed wage, giving people more access to childcare, are all things that all of us in this House should be proud of. And it would be a sin, Mr. Speaker, to take them back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions, Member for Mumford.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to speak English, but my interpretation is not coming across clearly, so I'm going to do this in English. Mr. Speaker.
At the last Assembly, it's a vital part of North Slaves Highway lifeline to the rest of the territory and also the South. It's 50 years old and badly aging. Mr. Speaker, 5 months ago, I asked Minister of Infrastructure in this chamber about the status. The proposal was submitted at that time. Has it been submitted to date with the federal government? If yes, when was it submitted? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Member for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have started discussions again with the federal government about the funding on the Frank Channel Bridge. As part of the COVID relief, the federal government's infrastructure stream is being allowed to have more flexibility within it. 100% funding is one of the options. As well, too, we'll be allowed to do municipal infrastructure projects in schools and things. Not super specific to the bridge, however, the bridge would fall under that funding. And we've had lots of conversations with the federal ministers about the fact that infrastructure projects are what's needed in the Northwest Territories to keep the economy going and keep our businesses running. So we are very optimistic that that we will get the funding soon for the bridge. I do believe that the actual submission is in. I will confirm that with you, though, and get that back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Before we continue, we'll just do a test on interpretation, make sure everybody's hearing well. And no? Yeah, just maybe continue the question and see how everybody's gauging it. And thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Clinton government is in full support to replace the Frank Channel Bridge and submitted a letter to your attention, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister responsible for infrastructure. And of course, they requested for a sole source contract or negotiated contract on a bridge which is situated in the heart of the Clinton land. Has that been shared with the federal government as part of the Chapter 26 of the Clinton Agreement on Economic Measures, the possibility of either negotiated contract or sole source contract as part of the Clinton Constitution? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll look at you this time. The discussion around the Frank Channel Bridge within my department is very much about how we keep the Clecho involvement in that. We are definitely having conversations about negotiated contracts on the Clecho Bridge, the Clecho Bridge, there we go, giving it away, the Frank Channel Bridge. So we recognize that going forward that this could be a great opportunity to have Clecho people employed and Clecho people trained. Significant training would be part of what I would want to see in any negotiated contract. I do not want lip service, and I do not want to have a situation where I have the member from Montfouille asking me why an American company is now operating in his area. So I'm well aware his points have been taken, and we're definitely having that conversation with the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I'd like to ask a member if you could speak in Clecho so we could see how members are. Like I could hear clearly. Not sure if anybody else can, but thank you. Member for Mumphy.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Chapter 26 Clinton Agreement, the Clinton government, N.W.T.
The Chapter 26 of the Clinton Agreement strictly lays out the process between the Clinton government, N.W.T, and the federal government on any economic development in Mufi Gora de Nite area, which the Frank Channel Bridge is located. Section 263.38b. Activities on Clinton land will not be public tendered. It is a minister, N.W.T, contracting fully aware of such agreement. Mr. Speaker, can I guarantee from this minister and N.W.T as a whole bring this to the attention of the federal government and make them aware of Clinton agreement? Thank you very much.
I apologize, I didn't, but if it's just that last bit of the question, I definitely would commit to having this conversation with the federal government about having the Clecho involvement from the start. Once we have that funding, that conversation is going to begin with the Clecho government. I made a promise to those chiefs, and I made a promise at Roundup in front of those chiefs of what I was going to be doing with my department to ensure that Northerners worked and that we built meaningful Indigenous businesses out of that. And I still stand behind that commitment, and I commit that again today, that when we have that funding in hand, we will be arm in arm in partnership with the Clecho. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Mumphy.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
The question is chapter 26, and like is it?
I highly encourage her also a minister if she can accept that to conduct an extensive training or a workshop within her Department of Infrastructure to get familiar with the Clinton Constitution, Chapter 26, clearly highlights in subsections. And one of the subsections obviously stands out that within any activities in Clinton land, there shall not be any public tenders. So the federal government, as part of the agreement, they should be aware of it too. But we have onus on our N.W.T departments. Can the minister commit to having an extensive workshop or training for the senior staff so they're fully aware of our agreement? Masi.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I can commit to that. I also wanted to state that one of the conversations that I'm having with my Deputy Minister at this point is that I want to see a creation of an engagement unit within infrastructure to deal with these exact types of situations and not have that be a add-on to the project manager or the technical project manager's role. So while it's very preliminary, I would then also actually welcome your inputs on how you would like to see that unit get formed, but that is my plan. That is what I've conveyed to my Deputy Minister, and we're going to start doing engagement better in the Department of Infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, before we continue, we're really running short on time here. Just to let everybody know, keep your questions short, and same with the answers. Please, if you can, get right to the answer. And I know we have a lot of members yet that want to ask questions, and we're only on number 4 now, so just a reminder. And also, it's kind of challenging, but kind of talk slow so the interpreters could catch what you're saying as well. Thank you. So with that, we'll continue on with oral questions. Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. We've been told that testing and contact tracing is key to discovering and isolating COVID-19 cases. That has worked fine so far, but it's easy to see that it's more difficult if community spread of the virus begins. Let me start by asking how many tests of either the rapid or standard type the N.W.T has today. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a cooperation agreement with the National Microbiology Laboratory, which is responsible for acquiring and distributing the reagent kits, and then we allocate them based on jurisdiction's needs. Right now in the territories, we do have a database that's stockpile, so we're able, and I won't show my paper up, but we do have a database that is able to track how much PPE we have, including the tests. So right now in the Northwest Territories, we're getting 40 tests per week. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that answer. It doesn't give me an idea of the size of your stockpile, but let me try to get at that another way. How quickly could the department wrap up testing and providing results if there was an outbreak within a facility like a school or a jail or a small community? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are several tests that we do here in the Northwest Territories. One is the swab test, which we send out to Alberta, and we usually get a response within 3 days, and that we don't have unlimited, we have basically an unlimited stockpile for that, and it's the Gene Expert test, which is the point of care, and this is rapid testing, so the turnaround time for those tests are about an hour. And right now we have tests, we have supplies in for 40 kits a week with that, and we continue to receive weekly supplies. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister. My next question is what resources the department has to conduct contact tracing, and what kind of training do staff need to participate in contact tracing? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've got one of the tests. We have 2 tests here at the Stanton Hospital, and there is some training aspect required in order for us to administer it. We are still waiting for another 4 more tests to come in so that we can send them out to Fort Smith, Hay River, and Inuvik. So right now we have the training piece is administered for the 1 test, and we're just waiting for the stockpile to come so that we can send it out to the regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry my question wasn't clear. I was talking about contact tracing, where staff call all the people that the infected person has been in touch with to try and figure out who else needs to be tested. So what is our capacity for contact tracing in the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I can find out for the member. Right now, we do have a system in place. I'm just not aware of what it is right now. But since we've had non-residents come in, they have to fill out a self-isolation plan. With the self-isolation plan, we have a mechanism that's in place so that we can be able to, if their tests come back positive, we have a way to track where they've been so that we can do the contact testing. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Framley.
I'll see, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry I didn't give the Premier heads up, but it's on the list for today. I'm wondering if the Premier can tell us whether mandate letters have been prepared for each of the ministers. I'll see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier.
There's no red light. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, absolutely. So mandate letters were done painfully again. At the beginning of this assembly, we identified, first of all, it was identifying which ministers would take over, the priorities in the mandate, and from the mandate exercise, we developed mandate letters. We had made a commitment that we would be sharing that with the standing committee. When we were almost ready, it was in my inbox waiting for me to give final, and COVID-19 hit. So with COVID-19, we stepped back and we said, do we need to add into this COVID-19? And my first gut was just add in COVID-19, you got to do it. But then my staff challenged me, and rightfully, and they said, is life going to be the same after? With this COVID-19, are we going to have the same programs? So we actually went through, and again, we just spent the last little while going through our mandate. It's not as bad as we thought. We're ready now to give out the mandate letters based on how they were before, of course, with the little inclusion of COVID-19. So I believe, again, that we've offered it to standing committee. If we haven't offered it, I will make sure it's done in the next day or two. And the next step is to present it to MLAs, and I promise to get their feedback on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Premier, oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Premier for forthrightness. I'd understood that copies of these letters would be provided to the standing committees before they'd been finalized. That's what I had understood was supposed to happen. I know COVID and so on, but here we are more than 2 months later, and the Premier is saying that the letters are finalized. I haven't seen these letters. When is the Premier going to provide these letters to the regular MLAs, or at least to the standing committees? Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for pointing it out. That was miswording. The letters have been done. They've gone through me. The commitment has been to share it with regular members, and that I will do. No minister at this point has received their mandate. They got a first draft of it that they were allowed to provide feedback to me. At no time have they gotten it. So the work is done on my side. My commitment before, and I'll honor that commitment, is to provide it to MLAs for their feedback. The commitment was that we wouldn't negotiate, that it would be feedback, and I would take that. Once I listen to that feedback and decide what's done, at that point I will be handing those letters to my ministers, and hopefully within the next couple of weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Premier for clarifying that, and I'll stand down a little bit myself, but I guess I had misinterpreted that to say that the letters had actually been finalized. So I understand they're in draft form. Can the Premier confirm when she intends to share these letters with the appropriate standing committees? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
For Framley, Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Things have been going really fast the last few months, really fast the last few weeks, but so I was under the impression that we'd already done it. My commitment is, if we haven't already done it, that I will be providing those this week. I know my staff is listening. They're jumping on it right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Final supplementary, member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Premier for that, and I look forward to getting these letters, seeing them in draft form. It's customary for these, in the last Assembly and the federal government, they make the letters public, and I assume that the Premier is going to do the same thing. The reason why I'm so interested in these letters is that the mandate, the priorities we develop, don't actually cover a lot of what some of the ministers may have to do. So can the Premier tell us whether these letters contain work for the ministers to do that might be outside of the actual mandate? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Framley. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So yes, the mandate letters do identify some of the normal day-to-day operations that will be expected. It does focus on the mandate. There is a section on COVID-19, and there is room that we can actually tailor it. However, Mr. Speaker, I must point out that every single duty that I expect from our ministers will not be in that mandate letter. It is not possible. I would have to write a book to do that. There are other ways to make sure that ministers do their job, such as where we are here. So there's the BF system where people ask inquiries, there's walking into offices, talking to ministers, and challenging on the floor, and that's what we're all here for. So the mandate is one tool, it is not the only tool. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While my colleague was asking questions of the Premier, I overheard an assumption that the mandate letters would be made public, and I'm wondering if the Premier can confirm whether she intends to make those public or not. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, you said make our answers short. Answer is yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start off first by congratulating the N.W.T on its Emerging Wisely document. It was well prepared and well communicated to the public. The document sets out for residents what they need to do to move from the lockdown phase into loosening of restrictions and being able to interact again with their loved ones. I believe that to accompany this document, we need an economic recovery plan that identifies the financial supports and programs the N.W.T intends to put in place to combat COVID-19, or as businesses attempt to combat COVID-19. My question for the Premier is, what does she see as the most important things the N.W.T needs to do to recover the economy while moving out of the lockdown phase? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really hard to pick one. We've done a lot of economic revitalization programs and services that we provide to do for people. But one thing I noticed, Mr. Speaker, is every time we had an initiative and we went to the federal government and said help our tourism industry, help our airlines, help our mines, there was somebody coming in behind. So I can't pick one, I'm going to have to pick two. So there's two very critical things that I have to do is that, and I've been working on it. Every week I meet with the premiers and every week I meet with the Prime Minister, and I've been saying, never has it been so critical. We've been saying this since the beginning of this House was built, but never is it so critical, base plus funding. That per capita is not working. All of my ministers are carrying that message strong. And the other thing is flexibility. do not put us in a box, because a lot of your programs, people in the territories are still not accessing. Those are the two things federally I've been doing, so that's important. But the other thing that's important is listen to the stakeholders. And that's why we're doing the groups, my Minister of ITI did a great job, put out surveys to all of the businesses, trying to find out what they say. It's inappropriate for us as members of this House to define what the future will look like for all residents unless we hear from the residents, and that again is my commitment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Premier alluded to the federal government in her response, and over the course of the pandemic, we've seen the federal government really crack open its purse. Given how close we are to our federal borrowing limit and the fact that really the territorial financing formula doesn't necessarily work for our territory, what can we expect to see this year to address both of those financing supports from the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to kind of guess the answer because the last part of that got quiet and I couldn't really understand what the question was. But if the question is what we're actually looking for the federal government for supports, I'm going to go with that, and then you correct me after. Again, it's like I said, flexibility. The federal government, at each meeting that I meet with our Prime Minister, I've told we're at an opportunities gap to start with. We did not come in at the same place as our southern jurisdictions. I respect them. They're all fiercely fighting COVID-19, but they have the infrastructure we don't have. So I've been advocate and asking for additional. We started with an opportunity gap. This COVID-19 can put us way back if we're not careful. And Mr. Speaker, I do believe that our Prime Minister is hearing us and supporting us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Final supplementary, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question was in regards to the territorial financing formula and also the the borrowing limit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Premier.
You already offered it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not going to take other people's glory away, but I do know that the borrowing limit has, our Minister of Finance has offered a briefing to Standing Committee on that, and I will let her do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no doubt that the Chief Public Health Officer has been making numerous decisions on data, and we've heard that today. And we've heard numerous requests, both from members and the media and the public, to see some of that data. I recognize there's some issues with modeling, but firstly, I just wanted to get a sense of our capacity to really be making evidence-based decisions. I was hoping the Minister of Health could tell me how many people specializing in epidemiology we have on staff.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Honourable Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, we have 4 full-time staff and 4 part-time staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the reason I ask this question, because I have no doubt that those 8 people who are trained in epidemiology are, this is the most important time in their career and the most important time for the decisions they are making for all of our residents. Yet a lot of that has been behind closed doors, and I haven't seen a lot of that data today. I think there's sometimes a hesitation on the part of scientists to give data to people like myself who have no idea what to do with it. But I was hoping the Minister could commit to bringing forward some sort of report of modeling the data we have, an idea of the number of people with respiratory illness in the territory, what other jurisdictions have been doing. I would like to see some scientific evidence, and I was hoping the Minister of Health could get that team to put something together for the public, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, the epidemiology unit, created what's called a public dashboard. So the public dashboard is not quite live yet. It is something that demonstrates some of the Northwest Territories case and test data in more detail, and we are developing some important and transmission models so that we can better understand how this COVID might spread throughout the Northwest Territories with partners that are outside the Northwest Territories. So we are working on a dashboard. It's not live yet. We are getting there. However, we do have information that is available. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to seeing that public dashboard and what kind of scientific evidence is put on there, and as well as seeing the transition modeling. I hope to see that sooner rather than later. A request. Often when our government publishes data, they don't actually do it with a data set or give you access to the open data. Sometimes it's just a PDF, sometimes it's a nice graph, but obviously there's always some underlying data there. So my question for the Minister is, in that public dashboard, can we contain access to the actual underlying data in an open format? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the guidance documents are available on the N.W.T website, and the public data dashboard will be available shortly, as I just mentioned. How about the daily situational reports are used identifiable data, so these can be made public. Individual privacy can be assured. So this is only can be done with greater numbers. So right now we don't have that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment. With the Emerging Wisely document, post-secondary is not recommended to begin in the fall, and there are a lot of post-secondary students that are hoping to continue or pursue their post-secondary this fall. Will there be programming in September, and what will it look like this fall for post-secondary in the college?
Thank you. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in the Emerging Wisely document, I believe it's phase 3 that the colleges can open. So what the college has been planning for is for distance learning come September. However, we don't know exactly where we're going to be, and we would like to be able to provide some in-person instruction for people who absolutely need it. So the work is ongoing to try and figure out if we can do that, but the plan right now is distance learning for the most part. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the way the economy is right now, a lot of our students have no jobs. Some of them offset the cost of their post-secondary with these jobs. The federal funding is not a lot of money compared to what summer students would normally make. Will SFA be increasing the funding this year for those students to be able to afford to their post-secondary? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member is absolutely correct. With the lack of summer employment, it's going to make it very difficult for summer students, as well as some of their parents too maybe have lost their jobs. So it's going to make a very tough situation. The federal government has announced increases to the Canada Student Loan Program. The Northwest Territories opted out of the Canada Student Loan Program back in the 80s, I believe, in order to create our own program tailored to Northerners. So it's more generous to Northerners. But as a result, we don't get that increase that the Canada Student Loan Program will get. However, the government did commit an increase to those who have opted out of the program. So we will be seeing an increase. The way it works is the territory gets the student loan money based on how many students went to school. So for the upcoming school year, we will receive that money in January 2022. So there's a bit of a lag there. But that being said, I'm looking at ways that we can bridge that gap and figure out how to support students, because this is a serious issue and it's going to affect a lot of people's lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Student housing, for some, is their main housing. Will the students be able to continue to live in the student housing even with distance learning? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the members hitting all the high points here. These are a lot of hard conversations we're having. There are some people who are from communities where perhaps the internet doesn't allow them to take distance learning. I got a BF, an email from someone the other day saying that they max out at 2.3 megabits per second on their internet speed. They need 2.5 in order to take the program at the U of A, and so there's some real issues out there. So we're looking at how we can support those students, and opening up residence for people is one of those, but that's an ongoing conversation. There's a lot of considerations, but these are exceptional circumstances, and we need to do everything we can to ensure that, this isn't a lost year for the students who wish to pursue post-secondary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So with that, if the Inuvik single unit student housing is being occupied by something that's very needed in Inuvik, as well as the homeless shelter right now, how will I guess, there's 3 ministers there, there's homelessness and health and education, work together to ensure that single students can get housing, but this program continues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes, Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can't speak for all the other ministers involved, but the member points out one of the big issues here is that this is not just a student housing issue. There's a homelessness issue, there's a vulnerable persons issue, there's all sorts of things going on here, and so we all have to work together, and those conversations are happening. I don't have an answer right now. This situation is evolving, but I know that we're working to find solutions to all of those issues, because as many members rightly pointed out today, we have seen some great strides in terms of the social supports we offer, and we don't want to backslide on that, but we have to make sure that if we have housing for students, or we have these certain things designated for these certain needs, that they're used for those. So I don't have an answer, but I will work with my colleagues to try and find a solution to all of those issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Tunde-Welde.
Mr. Speaker. Through this pandemic, we had a lot of people go to the hospital sick, and a lot of very sad stories that came across my desk, my emails. And we have had heard some of these terrible stories on the news about people being sick and dying alone because of COVID, and I was praying that never did, and I'm hoping it doesn't go that route. But we still had to make, I still had to make a lot of calls for some of my constituents who, they wanted, because as I mentioned before in my member state, we like to do things as groups with our loved ones. I know if I was sick, terminally ill, I know I wouldn't want to be alone during my last days, and it's with our a lot of our protocols we had to change and make adjustments in our own hospitals in N.W.T. So my questions to the Minister of Health and Social Services: what is the current number of visitors allowed for people that are sick in hospital rooms?
Thank you, member for Tunde-Welde. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, for anybody coming in the hospital, it would be on a case-by-case basis. But if you have family members that are terminally ill, we will look at allowing more than one. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tunde-Welde.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the response from the Minister. I'd like to just know a little bit more. So, is there going to be any changes in terms of expanding, actually giving us a solid number? I know it's case by case, but giving an actual solid number. And I know we have to keep in mind our social distancing and some of the rules that we have from our CPHO. So if we could get an answer from our Minister.
Thank you, member for Tunde-Welde. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the most important message we have right now is we know that families need to be with loved ones during this time while they prepare. The Northwest Territories Health Social Services Authority has a patient-centered approach, which allows visitors to come and visit family ones. So, as visitors come to see patients, that we would review it on a case-by-case basis.
Oral questions. Member for Tunde-Welde.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a few more questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services. I know that recently there was a recall on the N95 masks, and so that led me to wonder how much PPE we do have on hand. So how many days or weeks or some other measurement of PPE is available to us here in the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Infrastructure, Minister Knockleby, and I both participate at a national FPT, and we participate with the PPE, trying to find what's the requirement here in the Northwest Territories. You look at the situation now, we are having a number of low cases of people who have the flu symptom, but we do need to prepare for, one, the second wind, and we need to prepare for PPE when the flu season comes. So right now, in terms of the N95 mask, we are looking at, it's called a reusable PPE. So we have reusing PPE in accordance with the federal guidelines. We have 4 sterilization machines that have been secured to extend the life of the N95 mask and to help maintain our supply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not sure how much PPE we have, but it's useful to learn that there is now a trend towards making it reusable. Can the minister tell me where in the N.W.T the supplies are located? Are they all in Yellowknife, Inuvik, and Hay River, or are they in other places as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
We have, so the National Emergency Supply System sends all their supplies here, and we have what's called a dashboard. So at any time, we're able to see from all the different Stanton Hospital what we have with gloves, gowns, sterilizers, N95 masks, Precure masks, visors, face shields. So we have quite a list, extensive list of all the equipment, and we're able to show how many stock days we have by region. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that. Can the Minister just clarify that some of the supplies are in the regions and some of them are here in Yellowknife? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and if you saw the CBC headlines this noon, there was a big announcement that PPE supplies have arrived in Canada, so we're all quite excited, which means that we will start to get more and more supplies, and the idea is to continue to stockpile so that when we get the next wave and we get the next flu season, we'd be able to have enough on stock. But at any given time right now, we're able to see where our stockpile is by the regions and by the communities. So when numbers start to get low, we have a tracker. So we're able to track how much gloves someone needs. And right now they only have enough for so many days, and we're able to send them out so that in any of our health centers or our hospitals, we're able to track and give them the supplies. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral final supplementary. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that clarification. My final question is, who has access to these supplies? Is it only the medical professionals in Yellowknife and the regions, or are there other service providers who have access to the N.W.T stock of PPE? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a variety of stockpiles. The health, we maintain and we track our own list of supplies and PPE. We also have infrastructure who's got a stockpile of PPEs, as well as MACA, and MACA is working on distributing it now to Indigenous groups and the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question for the Minister of Justice. Can the Minister confirm if additional staff are required to be at SMCC, to be on duty during this pandemic period above what was there prior to it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this point, there's no indication that additional staff were necessary. What we have been doing, though, is certainly working with human resources in the correctional facilities to ensure that all staff are available to be present. And to the information I have is that so far we've had no difficulty in maintaining the services that are required in the correctional facilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had concerns raised by some of the staff that their leave has been cancelled and there's starting to be some burnout. Is your department aware of this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that there's some burnout. The correction facilities across Canada right now, many of them have actually been struck quite significantly by COVID-19. We've been fortunate in the Northwest Territories to not be in that situation, but it is not for lack of tremendous effort put in by the correctional facility staff to undertake their work in a very difficult environment. So we are aware that they always work in a challenging environment, and they're working in a particularly challenging environment right now with COVID-19. There are additional requirements for hygiene and cleanliness and sanitation. There are additional requirements for scanning inmates when they enter the facilities. So indeed, yes, we are certainly aware that the situation has been challenging for a lot of the correctional facility workers, as well as any of the essential workers, frontline workers across departments in the Northwest Territories. And I mean, essentially, Mr. Speaker, I'm providing that answer as much as from the Department of Finance and Human Resources as I am from Justice, that it is a challenge for frontline workers across who are at times having their leave cancelled because of the nature of the work that they're doing and the need to maintain services. So I don't necessarily have a solution for the member right now, but other than to assure him that we are aware. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I guess, you know, we've got employees staying at home and probably burning out because they've got, it's difficult to be home day after day and trying to work from home. I understand that as well. But with respect to SMCC and corrections, what I see, I guess I equate burnout with a safety issue as well. And how are you going to reconcile those two to ensure that you know, nothing goes sideways in the facilities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'll take a moment first and just remind all N.W.T employees there are quite a number of measures that have been made available to staff for mental wellness. They're available under the MyHR website. There's been extensive changes made to increase and enhance what's available for all employees, including correctional services employees. And prior to COVID-19, there was efforts underway already between human resources and corrections to start working together to really identify the fact that correction services is a challenged environment for employees and to try to find some solutions going forward. Some of that work's been delayed a little bit with COVID-19, but really we are starting to look at what we can do to get back to some of that business and get back to doing the things we were underway in, and that is certainly one of the areas that I'll have to make sure that we are indeed getting back to that important work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister just commit to taking a look at the SMCC facility? You know, there may not be a lot of employees there that are in that predicament, but there may be a few, and it'd be nice to have it addressed sooner than later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Justice.
Mr. Speaker, we have 3 facilities, 4 if you include the youth facility, separate from the NSCC, and Mr. Speaker, I'd certainly commit to taking a look at the mental health resources available specific to corrections workers across all of those facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. We will now take a 10-minute recess and finish up the rest of the session. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. We will now call the House back to order. Written questions. Written questions. Mr. Clerk. Sorry. Returns to written questions. Written questions. Written questions. Member for Camlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 10th this year, I delivered a member's statement along with oral and written questions on virtual care in the Northwest Territories. Little did I know 1 week later would be sent home and our healthcare system would instantly break down the barriers to delivering virtual care in the Northwest Territories. As a result, I have written questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services on the provision of virtual care in the Northwest Territories. 1. What solutions did the Department of Health and Social Services use to satisfy the barriers identified in the Virtual Care Task Force report, including but not limited to interoperability and governance, licensure and quality of care, payment models, and medical education? 2. What additional challenges or barriers did the Government of the Northwest Territories encounter through the provision of virtual care? And 3. How does the Department of Health and Social Services intend to continue providing virtual care to Northwest Territories residents post-pandemic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Camlake. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I have returns to 8 written questions to table. Written question 4-19-2, asked by the member for Yellowknife Centre to the Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation regarding reducing core need. Written question 5-19-2, asked to the Minister of Infrastructure by the member for Montfouille regarding the Clecho All-Season Road project contracts. Written question 6-19-2, asked to the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment by the member for Tunaday-Welladay regarding educational facilities. Written question 7-19-2, asked by the member for Cam Lake to the Minister of Health and Social Services regarding virtual health care. Written question 8-19-2, asked by the member for Cam Lake of the Minister of Health and Social Services regarding repatriation of N.W.T residents with disabilities. Written question 9-19-2, asked by the member for Frame Lake to the Minister of Infrastructure regarding contracts for work related to the Slave Geological Province Road. Written question 10-19-2, asked by the member of Frame Lake to the Minister of Lands regarding Pointed Mountain gas field compliance and reclamation. And written question 11-19-2, asked by the member for Frame Lake to the Minister of Lands regarding Commissioner's Land Act security deposit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is my home. I was born here. I am Dene. I lived, worked, and invested in the N.W.T all my life. Since the start of this 19th Legislative Assembly, I've been eagerly awaiting for the opportunity to deliver my response to the Commissioner's opening address, which was delivered by Commissioner Margaret Tom on February the 5th, 2020. Mr. Speaker, what the Commissioner outlined was a mandate of the 19th Assembly. While I may not agree with all of the priorities that were listed, there are a number of them that I do support. In addition, I will outline my priorities that I would like to see completed during the remaining 3.5 years of this Assembly. I'll also address my thoughts on the Government of the Northwest Territories' response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Ultimately, my goal as a true consensus government will only be reached if the quality of life is matched across the board for the entire territory, regardless of community, ethnicity, gender, or age. Mr. Speaker, I am going to highlight 10 priorities that I support. The first item is food security. I support Indigenous and community governments locally producing goods through greenhouses, gardens, and traditional food harvesting. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I support increasing the availability of mental health and addiction programs for those in recovery, especially an aftercare transition house located in Fort Smith. We can no longer ignore the impact of addictions in the N.W.T, one of the highest in the country. And as a government, we must address this. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I support developing a universal childcare strategy across the N.W.T. Children are our future, and it is our responsibility to ensure their basic needs are provided for in every community of the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, the fourth priority I support is expanding the availability of distant learning capacity in all communities of the Northwest Territories, modernizing the Education Act and funding framework, and the piloting of a classroom assistant program. It is important to continue the transition of Aurora College into a Polytech University with a strong impartial board with representation from every region across the N.W.T. All primary and secondary students need to have access to the same level of education across the Northwest Territories and be able to access post-secondary programs in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, the fifth priority that I support is about increasing economic diversification and employment in all communities. We need to improve upon the number of journeymen and apprentices in the small communities and regional centres. Expand the knowledge economy, expand tourism in all regions of the N.W.T, and allow home businesses to operate in public housing units. We need to support small and medium-sized businesses to expand all sectors of our economy wherever possible. We must be more innovative, creative, and have an open mind and neutral approach to new business ideas so our economy can recover and be profitable. Mr. Speaker, the sixth priority I support is about reducing red tape and easing some regulations in an effort to help small businesses. This includes strengthening procurement policies like the Business Incentive Policy, BIP, the Northern Manufactured Products Policy, and the government's approach to public-private partnerships. Each of these areas help to spur on economic growth and help to retain more of the wealth that is generated here in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, the seventh priority I support is promoting local competition. There needs to be an increased awareness of the Northwest Territories' contracting opportunities. We need to actively encourage Northwest Territories businesses to apply for BIP status with a less complicated process and develop a singular yet comprehensive website where vendors can shop online. Mr. Speaker, the eighth priority that I support is ensuring this government collaborates with Indigenous governments to develop and implement regional mining strategies, increase resource exploration and development, increase funding for mining incentive programs, and explore the feasibility of the exportation of liquefied natural gas. I'm a firm supporter of increased resource exploration and development, as this funds our social programs and infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, the ninth priority I support is settling and implementing land, resource and self-government agreements with Indigenous governments. We must settle the major outstanding and ongoing land claim negotiations that have been going on for many years, decades, even for some. Only then will the N.W.T become a more attractive location to do business and gain investments. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the 10th priority I support is investing in vital infrastructure projects across the N.W.T. This includes the Tolson Hydro expansion, the Mackenzie Valley Highway, the Slade Geological Corridor, and expanding internet services in all communities. These major infrastructure projects have great potential to increase the development and encourage economic activity for the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, Here is my list of my priorities I would like to see achieved for the constituents of Thabatcha, the South Slave region, and the Northwest Territories as a whole. I want to make clear that no one priority is more important than the other. So I am listing these items in no particular order. Number one, Mr. Speaker, is to fix, improve, and update the Fort Smith Regional Airport. During the last Assembly, actions were taken to diminish our airport without proper consultation with the people of Fort Smith. No Indigenous leadership was consulted, and neither were the businesses who were directly impacted by the government's unilateral decision. What the government of the Northwest Territories did has resulted in a lesser, lower quality airport than before, putting the community at risk. What needs to happen to reconcile the error that was made by the government of the Northwest Territories and do right by the constituents of Thabatcha is the following. A new and improved terminal to be built, the runway to be restored to its original width, all LED lights to be properly reinstalled and in working order, and ensure the stakeholders of the town of Fort Smith to be properly involved and consulted during the entire process. Number two, Mr. Speaker, is building a new territorial fire centre for the Northwest Territories. To replace the existing fire centre in Fort Smith, it must be state-of-the-art and contain the highest degree of technology and equipment, including fiber optics, in order to be on par with national fire centres. Geographically, the South Slave is the northernmost part of the boreal forest, making us the most vulnerable to wildfires. The Territorial Fire Centre not only serves all of the N.W.T, but has agreements with assisting national and international fire centres. Number three, Mr. Speaker, is Aurora College and the future of the Polytech University. Fort Smith has developed and earned the reputation of being the education centre of the Northwest Territories. Through staffing incredible, competent people, Aurora College is an extremely important part of the fabric of Fort Smith and has been since 1968. Over the decades, employees have come from various backgrounds and many places around the country to make Fort Smith their home. There are also employees from the North who are Aurora College graduates themselves. In addition to providing advanced education to all Northern students through trades and degree programs, Aurora College continues to meet the needs and benefits of all Northern communities. The economy of Fort Smith is dependent on the college, and the new Polytech University headquarters must remain in Fort Smith. Number four, Mr. Speaker, is the Tolson Hydro expansion. This major infrastructure project has been discussed at length in the N.W.T for several years. It is a priority item for this Assembly. Given the economic fallout that COVID-19 has induced, the government of the Northwest Territories must pursue this project to lay the groundwork for economic growth and ultimately reduce power rates for the people of the Northwest Territories. Number five, Mr. Speaker, is the implementation of the Salt River Claim, signed June the 22nd, 2002. It's been 18 years since the Salt River Claim, yet the implementation of the claim has not occurred. The government of the Northwest Territories is a signatory to the claim and has a responsibility to ensure the federal government follows through with this implementation. My support for the N.W.T. Métis claim is also a priority, as these are my constituents. The work to complete this claim must be honored, supported, and done as soon as possible. Any claim that is settled always has positive effects on the entire community, economically and socially. I want to support the leaders and the people of these two claims to ensure that these agreements are completed immediately. Number 6, Mr. Speaker, is to have the Fort Smith Correctional Complex that houses both male and female offenders resume the rehabilitation focus. This facility has had a rehabilitation component in the past. The majority of these offenders are Indigenous and are products of multi-generational impacts of residential schools. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC, provided calls to action, outlining the need for rehabilitation as a key part of correctional programming. Part of the rehabilitation process includes an educational component, and we have the unique opportunity in Fort Smith for offenders to attend Aurora College and to return to home communities with new skills and certifications. Mr. Speaker, now that I have outlined each of my priorities, I would like to address our government's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Taking into consideration the global recession that this pandemic has caused, our approach in recovering from this pandemic, along with our shift into regular governance, must have foresight for the long term. It's very important that our government remains committed to transparency, accountability, and oversight. We must make decisions with proper checks and balances. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the damages inflicted by this pandemic, we're now faced with a daunting task of initiating our economic recovery. We must keep moving forward and work to rebuild our stagnant economy. We must be innovative and compassionate. We must be willing to think outside the box from how things have normally been done. We cannot only operate on policies driven by bureaucracy, and we cannot lose sight of the people we are here to serve. We must also have open minds, open hearts, and be open for change, as we are elected here to do. Mr. Speaker, I want to make something clear. For the most part, I'm largely happy with how our government has handled the health response of this crisis. Our Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Candola, took strong measures, closing our borders and restricting all travel in and out of the territory. We acted fast and it has paid off well, as the N.W.T has had only 5 cases fully recovered, and we've not had any community spread either. These are all very good indicators of our efforts to contain the spread of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I would like to address some of the gaps in our response. First of all, given the amount of money that was spent on the new Stanton Hospital, the Northwest Territories should have been in better position for having stockpiled supplies of essential medical goods, like ventilators, N95 masks, PPE, and other vital supplies needed during this pandemic. However, it's not only the capital that needs to be well stocked with all relevant medical supplies. Each community health center needs to be equipped with at least 1 ventilator, if not more, depending on its population, along with necessary supplies. It's also important, Mr. Speaker, that all regional centers continue to conduct regular medical services for people, especially in times of emergency. This has resulted in a reduction of essential medical services ranging from lab services to cancer screening. Removing these essential services only weakens communities, which is detrimental to the regional population and is not the goal of this Assembly. Similarly, our government must stop downsizing community health centers. This is not okay. And I believe this reduction in services and lack of essential equipment contribute to our lack of preparedness in response to COVID-19. We must keep in mind that whenever the next pandemic occurs or when the second wave of the current pandemic hits, we need to be better prepared all across the board. That means that our government including ministers, support staff, senior bureaucrats, must all be open to hearing constructive criticism and be willing to compromise and be flexible with policy directions for departments. Mr. Speaker, another aspect of our response that I am strongly against is the dial-a-bottle for delivery. The Indigenous leaders were very much opposed to this, as were the smaller communities, which is why almost none of them are participating in it. Only the capital implemented it so far. It also directly contravenes many of the regulations that were followed at the beginning of the pandemic to decrease the impact of alcohol in our communities. That says something about us, and it's not pretty. Many people claim to be fighting for the well-being of the peoples of the Northwest Territories, which is good to hear. But that's just it. They're just good words to hear. We as a government sound more and more hypocritical when we do things that will actually bring further harm to our people, like that of dial-a-bottle. Mr. Speaker, one other issue that I want to mention is about the senior management that work under the ministers, along with the broader and government of the Northwest Territories. It is vital that all staff remain unbiased, apolitical, and impartial at all times. We as MLAs are the ones to be giving direction, because that is what we were elected here to do. The directions come from the elected officials. Mr. Speaker, the majority of the Indigenous population of the Northwest Territories lives outside of Yellowknife. So if we are truly want to create a more equal future for both Indigenous and non-Indigenous populations, then the smaller communities and regional centres cannot continue to fall by the wayside and be unheard in policy. We must be able to think clearly in all of the best interests of the Northwest Territories. That means we must cater to the needs of the people outside the capital and provide them with the same lifestyle. How are we going to do this? Our government must be proactive, not only reactive regarding all the issues that most affect us. Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here for the people who are not heard, for the people who don't have a voice at the table. Are we really a consensus government when the majority of all our budgetary funds goes to the capital? The central idea of a consensus-style government is to allow all people at the table to have a voice on every issue that arises. When only a small number of people in that circle are making the decisions, we are failing the people of the Northwest Territories, because the people they elected to represent them are not being given the right to speak on their behalf. As I stated in the beginning of my address, my goal as a true consensus government will only be reached if the quality of life is matched across the board for the entire territory, regardless of community, ethnicity, gender, or age. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to be serving the constituents of Thabasca and the amazing people of Fort Smith. I will serve to the very best of my ability and always in the best interest of the people of Fort Smith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabasca. Replies to Commissioner's Address. Replies to Commissioner's Address. Petitions. Petitions. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following three documents. Follow-up letter for oral question 104-19-2, closing the municipal funding gap. Follow-up letter for oral question 113-19-2, sexual abuse in sports. And follow-up letter for oral question 161-19-2, Building Standards Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following 9 documents. Follow-up letter for oral questions 110-19 bracket 2, addressing drug use in Northwest Territory communities. A follow-up letter for oral questions 128-19 bracket 2, mental health and wellness of seniors in long-term care. Follow-up letter for oral questions 141-19 bracket 2, oral health reports. Follow-up letter for oral questions 144-19 bracket 2, full-time psychologist for children and youth for treatment center. Follow-up letter for oral questions 145-19 bracket 2, traditional counseling models. And follow-up letter for oral questions 150-19 bracket 2, oral health care. Follow-up letter for oral questions 169-19 bracket 2, Fort Providence Health Center. Follow-up letter for oral questions 175-19 bracket 2, home and community care review. And follow-up letter for oral questions 203-19 bracket 2, COVID-19, and the timelines of updates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following 6 documents. The follow-up letter to oral question 12-19 bracket 2, Fort Smith Airport Infrastructure. Follow-up letter to oral question 23-19 bracket 2, Economy of the Northwest Territories. Follow-up letter to oral question 116-19 bracket 2, Clecho All-Season Road Contract. Follow-up letter for oral questions 159-19 bracket 2, Yellowknife Motor Vehicle Office Hours. Businesses participating in the TASER project, additional information for return to written question 5-19 bracket 2, and Slave Geological Province Corridor Contracts List, September 1st, 2015 to March 31st, 2020. Additional information for return to written question 9-19 bracket 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following 3 documents. Follow-up letter for oral question 117-19-2, response to affirmative action policy. Follow-up letter for oral question 171-19-2, daylight savings time. And follow-up letter for oral question 190-19-2, lack of enforcement in illegal drug trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 4 documents. Following up a follow-up letter for oral questions 56-19-2, Cantong Mine surface leases. Follow-up letter to oral question 70-19-2, Thai Dani status. Follow-up letter for oral questions 90-19-2, N.W.T Power Corporation use of limiters, and oral question 211-19-2, line repairs and power limiters in the Nutbrook during COVID-19 pandemic, and follow-up letter for oral questions 96-19-2, Cameron Hill Oil and Gas Fields environmental liabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister of Housing.
I wish to table the following 2 documents and additional information for written questions 4-19 bracket 2, Northwest Territories Housing Corporation Summary of Program Initiatives 2015-2019 and N.W.T Housing Corporation Action Plan 2019-2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 9 documents. Follow-up letter for oral question 34-19 brackets 2, income security client banking issues. Follow-up letter for oral question 62-19 brackets 2, improving income assistance administration. Follow-up letter for oral question 97-19 brackets 2, income assistance. Follow-up letter for oral question 111-19 brackets 2, mental health and suicide resources for students. Follow-up letter for oral question 147-19 brackets 2, daycare at Ecole J.H. Sissons. Follow-up letter for oral question 156-19 brackets 2, women in trades. follow-up letter for oral question 170-19 brackets 2 income assistance, follow-up letter for oral question 177-19 brackets 2 support for trades employment, and follow-up letter for oral question 207-19 brackets 2 succession planning for interpreters training. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. It has to be a record here. Okay. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for Yellowknife North. Oh. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, May 28, 2020, I will move that Bill 6, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Table document 30-19 brackets 2 main estimates 2020-2021. By the authority given to me as Speaker by motion 1-19 brackets 2, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business before the House with member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes in the chair.
All right, I now call the Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of the committee?
Everything drafted.
Should we just... Member, does the committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will take a short recess. Call committee back to order. Order. We're calling back to order. Okay, committee, we have agreed to consider table document 30-19-2, main estimates 2020. Does the Minister of Infrastructure have any opening remarks?
I do, and I don't stand up, right? I do, thank you. I am pleased to present the 2020-21 main estimates for the Department of Infrastructure. Overall, the department's estimates propose an increase of $11.6 million, or 4.4% over the 2019-2020 main estimates. These estimates support our fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending while matching the modest expected revenue growth over the coming year. Highlights of these proposed estimates include a forced growth increase of $7.7 million, which primarily consists of $2 million for utility costs at the new Stanton Territorial Hospital and $4.5 million for UNW collective bargaining increases. There's $3.9 million for a new lease and operations and maintenance costs associated with the long-term care facility in Yellowknife. We see an increase of $2.8 million, which includes $2.4 million in funding associated with the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Funding Agreement with the Government of Canada, and $390,000 for a permafrost data management and analytical system for the Dempster and Inuvik to Tuktoyaktuk highways. A transfer of $873,000 to the Department of Finance for assets transferred as part of the formation of the Information Systems Shared Services. And we see sunsets of $142,000 for reduced operating costs for ferry services on the Dempster Highway, as the recent engine replacements on the Louis Cardinal Ferry have resulted in fuel savings. We also see a sunset of $236,000 for reduced environmental monitoring requirements on the Inuvik to Tuktoyaktuk Highway. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly by promoting energy efficiency and sustainability. To fulfill the goals outlined in the 2030 Energy Strategy, we will provide continued financial support to the Arctic Energy Alliance and introduce larger-scale grants for communities, commercial buildings, and industry that target reduced greenhouse gas emissions. As such, the Department of Infrastructure will provide $2.74 million in core funding to the Arctic Energy Alliance, as well as an additional $797,000 for community energy grants, and $2.27 million for Northwest Territories-wide energy programs supplemented through the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund. This brings the total Arctic Energy Alliance contributions to $5.8 million. This concludes my opening remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, I'd like to bring my Deputy Minister, Dr. Joe Dragon, and my Director of Corporate Services, Mr. Gary Brennan. I'm promoting Gary. So.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Yeah, I'll just get you to introduce who's who.
Okay, so on everyone's left, if you're looking at the end, that's Dr. Joe Dragon, and on the right is Mr. Gary Brennan. Thank you.
Thank you. I will. Oh, thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments, but first I'm just going to say, just as we were following the last 10 minutes, one round for questions for each section, so that we go through. So I'm just opening the floor to general comments on the Department of Infrastructure. Member for Hay River South.
Doesn't really matter. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we're going through this process now, and the last time we were here, we weren't too concerned about COVID. Now we are. So I'm just wondering, with these estimates, how factual are they, and are they something? Are they going to change significantly, or are they going to remain the same because of COVID? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We feel that we will be able to produce and deliver on the projects within the department as we thought. I know that there would be extra costs associated with COVID that we're all tracking as in our different departments that potentially could be reimbursed from the federal government. That's our goal. So I know that the estimates were submitted to whoever they get submitted to ahead of COVID. So yes, they still are pre-COVID numbers. However, we do recognize that we will have a lot to do in the next year with respect to COVID, so the main estimates and such for the next year are going to reflect a lot more the impacts of COVID. I will just ask if Dr. Dragon wanted to add anything to that, if that was fulsome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You're good? Sorry. Okay. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair. So has the department done any work taken into the fact that we have a pandemic on hand? Have you looked at those numbers and thought about adjustments already? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister?
Yes, I think that's pretty much all the department has been doing for the last while, is adjusting all of our programs, our projects, everything with respect to COVID. It's just unfortunately with the way that the system of the budgeting goes in. This is my understanding, was we have to get the budget in. It was done prior to COVID, and then there will be adjustments coming. But maybe Dr. Dragon, I don't know if you have any significant adjustments that you might want to discuss at this point.
Dragon?
Madam Chair. Yeah, and looking at COVID, one of the things that we've been doing is, right off the bat, we were involved in the border crossings, so getting those up, doing a lot of communication, a lot of legislative changes, looking at when we were giving some benefits to the airline industries and stuff, we had to do legislative changes there in order to enact that in terms of fees. Lots of work around the procurement side and making it available for people to do online, as well as aligning to the regular meetings of the Emergency Management Office. A big part of the work that we do as well in infrastructure is with the TSC. So all the employees that are working from home, we've had to come up with our unit to be able to provide that type of support. And so when the member was mentioning about some of the fees, that's where we incurred a lot of the fees in terms of infrastructure. To date, we're at about $1.2 million. And the majority of that cost, over $1 million of it, is having to do with the TSC and providing that type of support for all of our employees. The other part that we look at as well is all our capital projects, and so we've had a team meeting with our colleagues in the Department of Finance who manage the capital planning process. We have a group that meets every 2 weeks that looks at all the capital projects that are going across the Northwest Territories, and we feel we're in a fairly good position there right now. But they meet every 2 weeks and come back to us with a report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the projects, have you looked at whether they can be delivered on time? Because you probably have a timeline for them, and I just want to know that because I want to make sure that contractors that are out there know what's going to happen, and I think it's important to them for their survival. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yes, we have been. So one of the things that Joe and his team have been doing is creating a matrix of all of our projects that we have and applying a sort of risk assessment is the right word for it, but a ranking system of a red, yellow, and green. And then there's columns as well that look at what are the potential delays, where are the pinch points. So if this project doesn't go ahead by this point, it's now going to be delayed so that they're aware of where all of those critical moments are for project life. We have, like I said, a red, yellow, green tiered system. Obviously green on track, ready to go, good to go, funded, and all the way to red where we may be waiting on funding or we may think it's not going to be able to be done because of, perhaps community backlash or not wanting to have Southern or outside of their community people in. It's not even just necessarily Southern workers, it's often just workers from within the N.W.T. So that's all happening. I recognize that contractors are probably a little bit in the dark as far as what's going to go ahead and what's not, but that is part of the conversation that we're continuing to have. I do understand, and it's actually, I shouldn't say that because I do believe the department has been very much back and forth with a lot of the contractors. Letters went out very early on to talk with the different, the ones that were already contracted and set to go ahead this summer, to have those conversations with them. Were they seeing economic hits to their companies where they felt like maybe they weren't going to be able to produce or deliver the product? So all of that kind of work and triaging of our projects has been ongoing since basically COVID hit. So I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to contracts, have you looked at the ones or identified the ones that we know can be done by northern contractors versus southern contractors? And have they been given, have those projects been given priority? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will ask Dr. Dragon to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dragon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, in terms of looking at all of our infrastructure projects, as the Minister mentioned, we have that scale where we're looking at not only the projects that we manage within infrastructure, but within infrastructure, we manage about 65 contracts, capital projects that go on. For line departments, we do another 87. And so what we're trying to do there is making sure that we have all the information out on kind of a litmus test of where projects are at. So as the Minister had mentioned, we've sent already over 100 emails to contractors since COVID hit to make sure that they have the supports that they need. We've been dealing with a lot of companies worried about what is the process of getting into communities. So we've been working very effectively with the Office of the Chief Public Health Officer and looking at ways of trying to get into communities. So far, what all that work has told us is that we actually are on track with the majority of our projects. We do have some that are not going to be progressing, and some of those are having to do with budget issues, not necessarily having to do with COVID issues. So we haven't seen any so far that we have felt that it's in relation to COVID that it's not going on. We continue to monitor it every 2 weeks and to try and make sure that we're on top of it. And we're communicating very regular on any best practices that we are getting from other jurisdictions on capital projects. And we've seen some of that in projects now, just for example, the TASER, where they're coming on board. They've taken a lot of the lessons learned from other jurisdictions that they're applying to that. And then finally, I would say when we have communities that are looking at maybe not so much having the ability or wanting Southern contractors to come into their community, what we're doing is looking at very specific points where we get into issues of timing with the projects. And so right now we're looking at timing, and those haven't been an issue to date. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragan. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One last question. You mentioned that you sent emails to contractors. What type of response have you received from those contractors? And has there been any follow-up with telephone calls to them or meetings with them? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. there's been lots of back and forth. I'm going to guess, though, that there has been some where perhaps they haven't had that follow-up. Again, I don't have the metrics of how many have actually responded and came back, but I do understand from my department that it has been a lot of back and forth with our contractors. I know myself personally, I've had a lot of contractors reaching out to me and had conversations with them, some from your region. I guess, again, I will just ask Dr. Dragon if he actually has any sort of numbers or data around the results. Please.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Madam Chair. So in terms of the communication that we go through, I don't have metrics on how many we've been going back and forth, other than the fact that the group has, I've asked them to keep track of how many emails that they're sending out to contractors. So we do have 100 that so far that have been sent directly to contractors, and talking about active projects that we currently have on. I wanted to also let the committee know that when we're going out and we're talking to contractors, one of the things that we're doing is also providing them with website links, any contact information as well for the Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission, WSCC, and also the Office of the Chief Public Health Officer, so that they get the information directly in terms of what are some of the constraints for their employees if they're Southern or if they're Northern. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions in regards to general comments? And if not, I'll move into the detail contained in the table document. Agreed? Okay. Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with asset management, starting on page 226, with information items on page 229. Any questions to asset management? Members? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at there's a number of projects expected under asset management. Highway projects, there's schools, Sissons, a school in Tuktoyaktuk, Petchico, Colville Lake. And I'm also looking at the line here, design and technical services, at $3 million, $800,000. Would the minister be able to give me a sense of what proportion of that design and technical services went to BIP businesses? Would you have that? Would the minister have that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, Minister?
I have to apologize. I'm missing a section in my binder. I don't have page 226, Joe. I wonder if I have two 226s. Sorry, my apologies. Okay. 228 is my next number, Joe. Thank you. It's going to mess up our system a bit here, but okay. If the committee would give me a second, I'm going to pull up my e-binder. I apologize if that would be okay. Yeah.
I just stopped the time, so.
Time we'll have Joe answer this question. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of looking at, I believe the question was looking at how much of that was BIP related. Anything that we're looking into our contracts that we provide that's the first opportunity that we do in terms of the BIP. I don't have a percentage on that in terms of how many contracts, but I've asked in terms of the department. We'll get that back for you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that. I recognize I don't need it necessarily for this specific issue, but me glancing at the list, I just know offhand that a number of these went out for tender, and they never actually were awarded to northern businesses. And I think there's this disconnect in that I know BIP is in ITI, and I know much of the procurement is in finance, and then some of it's in infrastructure. But at the end of the day, I would like if the minister could give me a sense of, in this infrastructure budget, the contracts we're actually putting out at the end of the day that actually go to businesses. If I could get a breakdown of that figure, because I know the policy exists and it's a good policy, but there seems to be a disconnect of contracts actually being awarded to BIP businesses at the end of the day. So if I could get that commitment from the Minister, that would be appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
So I would commit to that, but my deputy is also indicating over there that he actually has the answer. So I will pass it over to Dr. Dragon. Thank you. Well, I still find myself.
All right, thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that I wanted to let committee know in terms of looking at how many contracts, I know there's been a lot of focus on northern businesses. So looking at some of the metrics, I wanted to give the committee some of the reflection on that. So last year, in terms of the 19-20 fiscal year, in terms of our contracts for construction, maintenance, architecture and engineering services, anything valued over $500,000, we had 45 contracts that were awarded at about $95 million for construction, maintenance and A&E services. Of those 45 contracts, 39 of them were awarded to northern businesses. So approximately 87% went to northern businesses at a value at $78 million, that's 82%. 31 of those contracts were awarded to BIP registered companies, so 71%. 6 of those contracts were awarded to southern firms, and the reason why those, we did not receive any bids from any northern companies for those 6, and those were contracts for services that we couldn't get here. So looking at water treatment plants, we had one with the Trout River Bridge rehabilitation, as well as some highway stripping and seal and coating services. So again, looking at that, we continually have the reflection of making sure that northern businesses, and especially during this time, I've asked our procurement staff to make sure that I have regular reports on how many northern businesses are actually getting our contracts. But for the 19-20 fiscal year, we're looking at about 87% that are going to northern businesses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Do we have any other questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just in speaking with businesses from my constituency, I understand that sometimes a lot of contracts are, yes, awarded to northern businesses, but the employment doesn't necessarily stick behind. So do you guys have a breakdown of, even though 87% of contracts went to northern businesses, how much of the dollars or employment actually stayed in the north for that percentage? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that would be one we would have to come back to you on. I doubt that we have those numbers handy, but we will. We commit to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In addition, another thing I'd be curious to know, and I understand that the Minister might not have this information handy, is if contracts are being broken up and then passed on to companies down south that are then bringing up workers who are actually doing the work and gaining the employment, it would be interesting to know, can we as a government actually break that work up ourselves and do a bit more project management to be able to maintain the actual employment in the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one sec here. Definitely that is the goal, obviously, is to not have, it just become, again, a sort of shell, company that gets a cut and then just gives everything to the south. So obviously this is part of our mandate and our priorities that we all came to together. So we definitely will be incorporating those types of suggestions into our procurement review and our what do you want to call it, when we start making the adjustments to the procurement system. I'm not really getting my word right, but yes, we commit to making that, incorporating that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last piece that I kind of want to be able to bridge in there is, actually I'm going to save that question I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions on asset? Member for, where am I? Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I'm looking at page 228, specifically the Decho Bridge Opportunities Grant. It states that it's a grant for the purpose of creating community benefits and economic opportunities related to the Decho Bridge. And I know they get, I think it's $200,000 on a yearly basis. I had asked the questions, I think, through emails previously, because I believe the agreement states that in the 8th year, it can be up for renegotiating or maybe to negotiate the parameters or the criteria, because we're wondering if, because right now it's strictly for somebody gets a business license and they're getting free money as a business. And it's continuing every year. The business doesn't even have to be successful. He doesn't even have to go out and get a contract, because that's what I noticed as a project officer. Those construction companies weren't even bidding on contracts that were in the community. It was going to people from the Crete. So I just saw it like the SERB funding and all this funding where they just get it for free. And, no incentive to really go out and actually do some work and bid on contracts. And my questions at the time surrounding this funding is that if it could be negotiated so that we can use the funding to create employment within the community. Make work projects, or else it can be used to build something. Maybe upgrade the arbor or something like that. Because I know right now you can't do much with that funding except those little criterias. It does benefit the schools and employment office and those kind of people, but not a huge amount. So, and we never ever get any reports on a yearly basis to see what's actually happening, who's getting all this money on a yearly basis, those type of things, because there's people that could be in conflict that actually handle this money that are getting those grants too. So I'm wondering if, my question around that is, can it be open, since you're in the 8th year, can it be looked at to get away from specific criteria and be open for the wishes of the community? Let's see.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair. So it is my understanding that grant is fairly flexible and can be used for different items within the community. It's cultural well-being, education and training, community economic development, a small portion going to administration. I will commit that we can give you an annual report. I think that's completely a fair and valid request, and so we definitely will do that. And like a lot of the programming that we're talking about with the federal government or within our N.W.T programs, we talked a lot around flexibility. You will see with the seed funding under ITI that we did change some of the parameters around that funding. That's another thing that the federal government is doing around infrastructure, is removing some of the restrictions, so we have more flexibility to make those decisions for ourselves, because we know where things need to be spent and done right now with COVID, and being able to bring in the lens of keeping people employed and working and businesses operating. So we have all of this. We're already having this discussion about flexibility with our different funding pots, so I would add this to our list. We'll definitely look at it, and I know there's been ongoing conversations with the member regarding this grant, and I can commit to continuing to have those conversations with you and with him, and going forward together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho.
Policy for that. I know you have a set criteria for the funding, because you did mention those other, the different criterias for the grants that people can use, but I've never ever seen or heard anything in the community that any of that money given to those 4 areas created employment. That's why my question is, can we have this modified, the criteria changed so it benefits the community, so they can look at maybe building something or getting a large infrastructure, maybe a community freezer type of thing, that kind of stuff. And it creates some employment in other areas, constructing a building or something like this to keep people employed. And I'm wondering if you're open to that, could write a letter to the Degas Bridge Corporation to initiate discussions leading up to any changes that we can see, and if they can identify some opportunities, and if you'd be open to making some changes to the criteria. Lassie.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Chair. It is my understanding there's no criteria. I'm just wondering if it's perhaps an education piece that we maybe need to be letting people know that they could kind of come together with a proposal that would have more of a significant build or such. I'm almost wondering if this is perhaps a function of small businesses just accessing the pot on their own and nobody really thinking to get together to create a large proposal for accessing the funding, because my understanding there is no criteria or limits to what could be accessed. It's just a request, and then the funding goes to those businesses. So we definitely will commit to revisiting. I may and judging, maybe I don't have that right, so I do commit to revisiting that with you and having that conversation with you then, so we can ensure that we use the money in a sort of more effective and efficient way, as I think what I'm hearing you say, so that we come up with something big versus tiny little bits of companies advancing slightly. And I think maybe that's an area where the department could do better outreach then and come in and say, hey, have you guys thought about using this pot? You guys want to build an arena in that location? And I don't know what Providence's immediate demands are, but maybe that's a conversation we should be saying, you have this money and this funding, why doesn't a company come together and bid on it? So thank you. I commit to that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho.
Yeah, thanks for all that. Just to let you know, it was like a secretive group. I was asking questions of the corporation. I guess some members were getting upset because I was asking questions of it when I was working out at Hay River. I was asking, where is this? Who's on the board? When do you guys have meetings? Apparently, what they do is they send emails to each other. And because I was asking questions, it turned a lot of them off against me. I couldn't believe it, asking questions. And the administrator, she does the finances and stuff, and I ask questions of her, and she just refuses to answer anything whatsoever. But we don't know that. Every time we're trying to ask something, we're being turned away. We're not being given straight out answers or anything. I've asked like the band councils and that, if these boards are accountable to them and if they see reports. And they don't seem to want to do that. They don't want to hold anybody accountable for anything. Regarding the reports, I'm not sure if you're legally, can share it with me, but if you can, and if it's okay, then I'd like to see a report. Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that you've raised the point of the fact that perhaps there's things we actually cannot tell you from an agreement, but everything that we can tell, I would like to, for you to provide that to you so you have comfort that the money is going out in a good manner. And if it's not, that will tell us that we need to make some corrections there. So I definitely commit to reporting on whatever we can that is not in violation of any sort of accounting or agreements. But I would have to look into that, and I commit to looking into it for myself. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. You're good? Okay. Questions? Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the
I just, Madam Chair, I'd like to say about the road, the access road on our land and towards Stockholm. And last year they did some drilling and they were getting prepared. And last week, ministered and with the Grand Chiefs, all the chiefs in Cleansville Region, and meeting with the Premier and the minister. They did a public tender, and then Yellowknife local. They left it in Yellowknife to leave it in Yellowknife to do and. That that tender was out, and it was gonna be favoritism to Yellowknife, but now it's like we see some changes now, but then we're happy about it. But now under Chapter 26, and I am hoping I'm hoping that these people that are doing the books that are well prepared and understanding about our system, about how we're going. So just like my friend across from me had the same question. And right now, a lot of money that's coming this way to N.W.T. It looks very, very well, but a lot of times. In a contract that they do, is it written and for the business or that road that's going to happen, that business to the road, that access road, every time there's a contract, is there a saying in that a document that 87% that would be able to go to the people from our territory? That's what I'm asking right now. Murphy.
Sorry. I can't. Oh, sorry. I can't even see it. Okay. Sorry. I have noted what the member has said and his concerns with the Ray Access Road. I have to apologize. I didn't quite catch your question. I do commit that obviously we're going to do lessons learned. That's a big part of the engineering world, and I know you're probably going to get sick of, just as much as you get sick of the Premier saying she's a social worker, you may get sick of me saying I'm an engineer after the while, but that is the engineering process, right? To go back and look at our past ones and see what we've done wrong. And clearly, the member has a feel and believes that we've done wrong when it comes to the taser and the way that the Ray Access Road. So I commit to you that I am listening to what you have to say and all of those lessons learned, because I don't want to be sitting in the House again or having that conversation again with the Cleacho Chiefs. So I commit to learn the lessons from these projects and do better and do differently going forward. Thank you.
Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, obviously I'd just like to have a clear dialogue with the department because we've learned from Taser, we've learned from Clinch All-Season Road, and this Ray Access Road. If we didn't meet, the public tender will still be out there. Obviously, it would have got even worse from my leadership, and I'm glad that the Premier and Minister met with us to deal with that. But it shouldn't come to that. That's what I'm saying. We should have a concrete, a written agreement with such agreements, similar to what Member Campbell is alluding to. If there's 80% going to northern contracts, is that written in stone within a contract? I know the contracts are different in different caliber of the whole Northwest Territories. But I'm just wondered, Madam Chair, if it is written in such a way that the Northerners are benefiting. I know the taser, there are certain percentage. To my knowledge, it is low, but that was negotiated before us in last fall, before election. So, but with this new access road and Clinchon Bridge, Clinchon Bridge is coming. So I want to be prepared for that. So is there any set agreements on numbers. That's what I'm after, Madam Chair. Mussy.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, yes, you're right. Every contract is going to be different. And I do recognize that if we don't change the language in our contracts, we're just going to keep letting people game the system, which is what's happening, right? And that's when you see the cutting of the check, or, you know, the bait and switch of oh, we got these people, and then, oh, we got the contract, now we got to hire these people. So all of those types of situations are things that I'm pretty aware and alive to, and part of my motivations for getting into this seat in the first place. So all parts of the conversations we're having. I would actually like to offer that you do come and have a conversation with me in my department, and we discuss what you want to see for the Clecho, or no, I'm going to start calling it the Frank Channel Bridge when we get that funding, etc. So, you know, I would say then, yeah, why don't come to us, let's have that conversation and make sure that when we go forward the next time, it's not in a manner where you're going to be upset or it's not meeting the needs of your people, or members' people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member from Moffitt.
Mussy, Madam Chair, it's once we get the funding, but not when. Once we get the funding. We will get the funding, I'm hoping. Madam Chair, just maybe one more question. I have other expected projects, because we talk about asset management and planning and design of buildings. And there's been discussion, and we met with Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment on the Béchacon School. It's been 4 months now, I think we met, I believe so, in January. Just wondering if this is an opportunity to discuss that, because it is part of the asset management. And just wondering on the status. If members or staff don't have the information, I would love to get some information later on as well. Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would be under ECE's department. They are a client group of infrastructure, but it is under their department for those conversations. I know that Minister Simpson was just very nice to let me know that they haven't reached out to the chiefs yet, and perhaps that's going to be coming soon, but I can't speak for ECE, so I'm going to, we can, again, maybe that another conversation we can have outside of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. All right. Are there other questions under asset management? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, I guess, the highway systems, the design, has the department looked at it? I expect that they've looked at all the highways in the territories and have done some assessment and prioritize them as to which ones have to be looked at first. Because my concern is that Highway 1 from the border to Enterprise, and also Highway 2 from Enterprise into Hay River, there hasn't been any realignment or any widening in the last number of years. And I know that because once in a while I ride my bicycle to the border, and there's not much there for a shoulder. And we have a number of trucks. And we're...
I know it's Ernie. Highway got trucks launch. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, and we're lucky we haven't had any major accidents. You know, like this, a month or so ago, or a few weeks ago, you know, they blocked off, for instance, the access to the Alexander Falls and parking area. So people then were parking on the highway, which was a safety issue, and that got resolved fairly quick. But I guess I would like to see, I'd like to know, and I'd like to see something done with those sections of the highway, because nothing's been done in a while, and they are, important, important to the big trucks heading into the mines and into Yellowknife. And we got to do something sooner than later on that. So Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as part of that project matrix that I was talking about earlier, all the highways are included in that. So yes, we do look at ranking them and determining which ones need repair and rehabilitation sooner rather than later. We can definitely commit to looking at the particular areas that you are looking at. We do have a published highways report that could be, if the member wants more information, you can access that. But I'm definitely willing to take those suggestions back, and we can look at where those pieces of infrastructure fall into the planning for the department and let you know when we might see them realistically coming back or being addressed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other thing is, with respect to contracts, in the past, the contracts, years ago, they used to be broken down, and then we kind of start combining them together and making them bigger. And what that did was discourage northern contractors, the smaller ones, from bidding and not getting work. So has the department looked at possibly breaking those contracts down, or the way they're putting the contracts out, to ensure that small businesses, small contractors can pick up some of the work on their own? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's funny because as you say that to me, I have contractors in different areas of the territory who tell me, stop breaking down contract. I don't want to bid on just providing a loader. So again, a very complex situation, which I think we do have to look at as a case-by-case situation. I was joking with someone earlier, it'd be easier if all the contractors would just get together and come to me with all the portions of the project that they've agreed upon to work on, but that's not going to happen. So I do recognize that that is a function of what my department needs to do, is looking at a realistic look at the capacities within a region and seeing, okay, if we carve out certain parts of this project, we will get more companies working. But it will have to be, I believe, project by project. We can't make a statement overall that we're going to, have one guy providing the loader, one guy providing the pickup truck, or sorry, I know you're not talking to that degree, but definitely we will take that back, because one of the things that is happening is we do have large infrastructure projects coming that do need to have a certain caliber of or certain types of skill sets that we don't have in the Northwest Territory. So this is again part of that entire procurement review that we are starting underway between the departments. It's part of the mandates of the 19th Assembly, was to maximize benefits to northern business, Indigenous business. We're looking at Indigenous procurement options and what we can do now to ensure that more Northerners are working, because all of the companies are coming to me saying, we don't want CERB, we don't want a handout, we don't want a wage, we want work. And so that is a message that's resonating really loudly with me, and I'm taking back to my department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair. And basically that's what I've been hearing too, is that contractors want to work. Because if they're taking loans and they're taking and deferrals and that, really they're just putting themselves further in debt, and that doesn't help their survival. The other area is engineering opportunities. Like, we have a number of larger engineering firms here in the territories, but we also, like in Hay River, we have a smaller one. And it was born here in the north. It was born in Hay River, and it's got, owned by local people. But again, there they have problems trying to compete, because they might say, well, we don't have this one, or we don't have a land surveyor, or we might not have a geotech person, and but they do have access to those type of people. I would like to see, I guess, somehow that we can ensure that those smaller firms as well have an opportunity to bid on work, and and that give them, allow them to build some capacity to grow bigger as well. The other problem I have too is that we have, when we talk about not having capacity here, if we're putting contracts out and the southern companies tend to, if we see that maybe some of the same contractors are always getting the work, then we have to get some buy-in, or we got to somehow force them to relocate here or set up an office. We can't just allow them to pick up a contract and operate down south. There's got to be something for us here in the Northwest Territories. And if they're not willing to do it, we got to look at, how we're going to approach that and how we can change that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the member makes really good points. All things that I've considered. I've been one of those engineering companies that doesn't have the people to bid on something. And another part that we see often is, as, say, the downturn in Alberta occurred, we had a lot of people that started to buy work in the north. And that is a problem. And that is, again, I guess, back to the negotiated contract versus the RFP type conversation. Because, I can't go out and tell a company not to lower their rates of their employees to win a job. So I understand that has to now be coming back into the RFP and how we're writing that and how we're scoring people and holding people accountable when they are proposing to put certain people on projects, but also building in the training capacities like you talk about, so that, or like, I think as we move to more virtual business anyway, it'll be very hard to force people to open up brick and mortar offices in the north. But I totally know what the member is saying, and it's all part of the conversation that we are having as part of the procurement review, and a part of a larger conversation we're having as a cabinet in the sense of not just looking at dollar for dollar, but looking at those intangible or indirect benefits of, if we spend the $200,000 with the northern company, well, that saves, 10 employees from going on unemployment. So are we going to start factoring in that amount of money for IA, into the change in that bid? And we can't do that in the bid scoring, but we need to start changing the mentality so that we recognize that the lowest bid is not always the right bid or the best bid. Most engineers will fight for quality-based selection, where you don't even start talking about money until you've actually made it through the technical bid and you've chosen a firm to negotiate with. Unfortunately, I think with the way our fiscal situation or financials are set up, it won't work because we don't start till April. We miss our field season. And that is actually a good point I should make on procurement with contracts. Because of the setup of the money not coming till April, it really forces the Department of Infrastructure to have to do stuff very, very quickly, because our client departments are not coming to us until they have their funding to say, I want to build this project. All of a sudden, we're finding out in May, we need to start building projects this summer, and a lot of that it gets delayed. I saw it in my own work, and I have to think it's impacting the entire department overall, because and I had a conversation with someone, it'd be great to shift to January, because then we'd actually have 4 months of winter to plan what we're doing in the summer, and I think that does add some of this problem that's occurring. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair, I guess for businesses in the north, we're always concerned that, they're charged, people will say they're charging too much. But, the cost of doing business here and having a brick and mortar here is costly. Like we're paying higher rates all around. And somehow, we expect that BIP's going to take that into account, and it does somewhat, but not fully. And because, we're not taking it, now we're not taking into account the downturn in the economy down south. There's a cost to that, and how do we include that when we're putting tenders out there, And that's why I think it's very important that we deal with BIP as soon as we can and do some changes to it, because it's a powerful tool. It could be a powerful tool for us. It's been good, but with the economy the way it is in the south, it puts us. It doesn't give us the advantage it used to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister, I'll give you a short answer.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. That is my other department's hat. I will take that back to Pam. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, it's 6 o'clock. We've been going for just about an hour now. Did you guys want to, if there's any more questions under assets, or did you guys want to finish asset and then break for supper? Okay. Okay, Member for Frame Lake, sorry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. On page 227, the contract services amount last year was 3978. This year it's 4332. Can someone explain what's happening there? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In that one, we had an increase of $345,000, and that was the Northern Transportation Adaptation Initiative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake? No? Sorry, yeah. Are there other questions under asset management? All right, so if there are no further questions under asset management, does committee agree to, oh, sorry. I'm mixed up here. Committee will, we'll right here, infrastructure, asset management, operations expenditure on page 227. The 2020-2021 main estimates, $19,254,000. Does committee agree? We agree. Thank you. We will now take a break. taking care of positive TB patients, so I'll call the committee back to order. And we are moving on to infrastructure, corporate management, operation expenditures on page 230 and 231. Just wait. Where am I? Yeah. Corporate management. Yes, sorry. I'm throwing my pages around. 230 to 233. Questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First off, I'm very happy to see the allotment for Students Against Drinking and Driving, so I appreciate that line item. Thank you very much. I'm wondering if the Minister can please speak to the line item for strategic infrastructure that seems to vary quite a bit from year to year. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Yes, just one second here. Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so under strategic infrastructure, over this last one, we've had an increase of $36,000, which was the collective agreement wage increases. In the past, we've seen the decrease of $134,000. That was $14,000 of incremental collective agreement wage increases as well there. Net of in 2019 to 2020, there was a one-time supplementary appropriation funding and transfers. This was, I guess I'm probably not, are you following? Okay, 148 funding was to provide support to the Slave Geologic Province Corridor Project. The design and planning, that was federal funding, so that was an increase, and that $170K also included a $22,000 collective agreement wage increase. So the variance of $270,000K was new funding acquired in 2019, 2020 for new strategic infrastructure division. So that was 1.5 positions along with related operations and maintenance. So the director of one and a manager of a half. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just to confirm, both of those positions were added to headquarters. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Yes, they were. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I noticed here in the description of this as well, it talks about how this is where we would talk about federal funding agreements. And so right now we have on our list of priorities 3 fairly hefty strategic infrastructure projects. So I know that you've been working quite hard with the federal government to secure funding for those, but what if the federal government turns around and says to us, we'll do 75-25 for all 3 of those? How does the Department of Infrastructure plan to fund those or to choose which one goes forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 3 strategic infrastructure projects, or at least the 2 of them, are funded already for the next 4 years to get them to a shovel-ready project. The third, I think all 3 of them have funding for the next 4 years. So we're not actually looking to go and ask the federal government in this assembly for more money for those 3 strategic infrastructure projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member, all right. Any member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm always a little confused about the role of finance and the role of infrastructure. When I look at the Department of Infrastructure's policies, I see 3 policies: the infrastructure establishment policy, the disposal of goods policy, and disposal of improved real property. Are there other policies in the Department of Infrastructure that exist? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Well, I think thank you, Madam Chair. I think there are a lot of policies within the Department of Infrastructure. Perhaps I'll pass this over to Dr. Dragon for a little summary of all of those policies. Thank you.
Minister, Dr. Dragon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the Minister is correct. We have a lot of policies that we follow, but a lot of policies that we also have connective tissue with finance. And so as the member mentioned, a big one that I alluded to earlier is the capital planning. where the Department of Finance actually oversees that, but we have a lot of projects that we actually oversee and then report in along with the other line departments as well. So a lot of connective tissue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
And I think this is a problem across departments is when you go to their websites and you look at the policies they're responsible for, none of them are complete across departments. So I'll just make that as a note to ministers that I would like to know all the policies, because there's the procurement guidelines in finance, and I think that is the biggest driver here. Finance, to me, is really the driver of procurement, and despite we constantly ask infrastructure questions. Does the department have a policy on design build versus design bid build? And do we have a preference or a general way we decide between those two? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, I think this one I will pass over to Dr. Dragon to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dragon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, in terms of looking at design bills, it's every project that we look at it as an opportunity to see where we use different techniques to procure larger projects. It really depends on the area, the type of project, the type of, are we looking at various entities being a part of that project? In some cases, we look at a design build where we want to make sure that the people that are actually building it maybe have the ability to in some cases actually manage that type of building over the life of the asset as well. So having them build it actually makes sense. It's not for every case. Every case that we do in these large infrastructure projects, we look at them on a case-by-case basis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I want to distinguish between P3s and design builds here. Projects over $50 million under the P3 policy. That's in finance. I have issues with P3s, but if I have issues, I bring them to finance. It's that $1 million to $50 million range. To me, that's infrastructure's bread and butter. And if I am going to look at what's happened in the history of the North, is we've made a transition from design bid build to design build. And what that's done is there's only select firms that can bid on design builds. I think the honorariums we're giving out just aren't enough. Our northern architecture firms, our northern engineering firms are deciding to avoid design builds. Because you have to be a very large firm to take on all of the risks that goes into a design build. The design bid build process, I think, is exactly where we should be focusing on. It allows us to break projects up smaller. It allows, if we create an engagement department, something I think great, it allows us to have a little more flexibility with our architectural team to see what a community can actually do. And as much as I hear you say, yeah, it's a case-by-case basis, and we're looking at breaking up contracts, and the only way that your words really reflect the actions on the ground is in policies, and absent those policy changes happening. So I guess what I'd be looking for from the minister is, this is a big debate, but I think there's a lot of work to be done in that $1 to $50 million range. And I'd be looking for the Department of Infrastructure, which it can, because this is where that lies. If the Minister of ITI was here, we could also, amend BIP, because they work really hand in hand. And to create a policy that says we prefer design bid builds, because to me that is what has been killing a lot of the small contractors in the North. And would the minister be willing to do that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I definitely commit to having a look at this and taking the members' points under notice and having that conversation with him. It sounds like he has lots of great ideas, so I would suggest that maybe if he wants to put them together and send them to me, that would be great. We will be having, as I said, that fulsome procurement review cross-departmental. I understand that will probably take longer than the member would like, but that is the nature of what we have to do. So we've noted the policy comment, and we will definitely incorporate that into our review. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I will build onto this. And I look at the procurement guidelines, and it appears the Department of Finance doesn't really seem to have an opinion on this in the procurement guidelines. They, are worried about the financial side. If you guys decide you want to construct something that way, they'll go put the contracts together. And I don't see a prohibition against infrastructure creating a preference to design bid builds. I also don't see anything in the procurement guidelines that would prohibit the Department of Infrastructure from creating a policy that sets out how we break down smaller contracts. And whenever a department comes to you with, say, did you go out and consult and talk to the labor pool in that community and what they have, and then make that the contract that then goes to finance. So I recognize that the procurement review is happening and people have been saying that for years, but I think it's really on you as a minister to grab one of your policies, of which I'm sure there's a bunch I've never seen and can't find, and change a couple lines in them to reflect that. So I guess I would ask the minister, would you also be willing to find wording that reflects this principle that we want to break up procurement contracts and to reflect what a community can actually bid on? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, that is part of the whole goal, is to have a whole of government revamp and look at our procurement dollars and what we're going to be doing. So everything the member has said is noted. We definitely want to ensure we maximize our dollars. I know I will only be hearing about it if we don't, and I'm leery of creating more policies when all I heard through the campaign was there's too many policies and procedures and we're not doing great at executing them anyway, but I understand your point. I do commit to putting in language that, or looking at those policies and adapting them as we see fit in a newer, more fair procurement system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you. Just one final thing. So I'll send the link to the minister and her team, but could you put all of the Department of Infrastructure's policies on your website? And I recognize there's executive policies, there's departmental policies, and then there's the procurement guidelines and all of the capital project stuff that lies with finance. But I know somewhere buried in the Department of Infrastructure there is guidelines on how exactly we are choosing to build buildings. And from what I can see, we have slowly been creating these shell fake northern companies that are actually southern companies, and those true kind of northern construction firms are becoming rarer and rarer. And this isn't happened in the last 8 months since you've been in charge. It's been a decade-long experiment with more P3s and more design builds, and I think it's failing, and I would really encourage the minister to get a hold of all of the infrastructure policies and look at some little tweaks, and perhaps start doing that without this huge procurement review that's probably going to take us 2 years or 3 years. So I'll leave that with the minister. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Madam Chair. As I already mentioned before and in the email I sent you, we did do just that exact thing with, the RFP and just changing one small item to, encourage northern. It was a situation where, if they don't even meet the minimum scoring, then they don't actually even make it to the financial part or evaluation, which is where all the BIP comes into play. So we made that change very rapidly, very quickly when I said to Joe, Dr. Dragon, sorry, that we needed to do something in the meantime, because I recognize the review is going to take long. I have to laugh. I recognize, and I just want to email people or send out letters, and I had my lovely conversation with the member from Wamphwe, and I wanted to respond to his chiefs very quickly, but I had to go through a whole process to get the response out, and I recognize that impedes our government and it creates problems. So I am committed to streamlining and rewriting policies that make more sense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Because I didn't set the time, I'm going to move on to Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was astounded to hear from the Minister that there's no additional money required for the 3 infrastructure projects she's promoting, because we only appropriate money a year at a time. Could she amplify on that?
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I am not an accountant. I misspoke. I apologize. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, the point of the question is not only to point out the error, but also to point out that, in fact, these 3 projects are not all signed, sealed, and delivered. There still is an opportunity to choose a priority and to allocate the money to that. Is there any work going on in that respect? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, could I ask for clarification? Is there looking at reallocating money from those 3 infrastructure projects to other projects? Or to?
Sorry, Member for Yellowknife Centre?
Making one project a priority.
Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, I think that's a conversation for all of us as a whole as to whether or not we're revisiting the mandate. I don't believe that we're at that point in the conversation. If we are, I'm not aware of it. So no, that's not ongoing at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre?
Yeah, thank you. What confidence does the minister have that the revenue surpluses will be adequate for funding all 3 projects going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't like to predict the future, so I'm going to pass this over to Dr. Dragon to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, Dr. Dragon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In looking at all 3 of these projects, in terms of our due diligence and looking at what opportunities we have, a number of them, as we go through them, look at going through the environmental assessment process right now, developing developers' assessment reports. We're really also looking at working with our Indigenous partners and seeing the feedback because in these, I'll just go through a couple of them real quick. In Mackenzie Valley Highway, we're probably taking about the next 4 years to go through that process. If we look at the Slave Geological Province Corridor, right now, the money that we have allotted for that project is going to be probably in the next 6 years in terms of going through an environmental assessment and looking at all the regulatory authorizations. And then finally, in terms of looking at Tolson, again, we have $18 million going through that project, and we're looking at design feasibility and environmental assessment. All 3 of the projects are in the early stages. Very, very critical that we have Indigenous engagement in all 3 of those. And I think the long-term plan is to try to identify business cases for all 3 that would then be able to come to this, to the committee to be able to have a discussion on which one makes sense to go forward. But we're a few years away from that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you for that information. It doesn't answer my question. My question was that the premise for funding infrastructure is that there has to be a surplus in the budget. And the surpluses are forecasted to go down to a double-double at Tim Hortons by 2023. So how is the government going to continue to pay its share of these 3 projects in the life of this Assembly? Thank you.
Thank you. Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are good questions and obviously something that we're going to have to be dealing with over the next while. I do want to state that some of the federal funding that's coming forward now is they are, as I mentioned before, looking to be more flexible. We are looking to get 100% dollars for projects going forward. So perhaps that may be a route we can go with the 3 major infrastructure projects. Those would be options that we would be looking to discuss with the federal government. The conversation I'm having with the federal government is that not only were we already in a huge infrastructure deficit prior to COVID, we were in a bad economic situation, and it's just kicked us right off the cliff with COVID. So one of the ways in the conversation we're having is how do we keep Northerners working? And what Northerners can do is they can do these projects, and they can build roads, and they can bite away at these types of projects, and that's part of our structure going forward. And then yes, it will play into making sure that Northerners are doing those projects, but large infrastructure, when economies are bad, governments build infrastructure. So we will see better supports, and we already are seeing better supports from the federal government on our infrastructure projects and in that conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister's comments are only relevant if the contracting is going to the north, and the Cleach Season Road tells us how that can really not work in our favour. So my follow-up question is when the Minister expects to reach an agreement with the federal government for the 100% funding for northern infrastructure. Is this something that's going to happen in the life of this Assembly, in the life of this fiscal year? Like, what's the timing on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think as we all sit here, the future is fairly uncertain. So I don't have a time frame, and I won't profess to say something just to answer a question. We are in a new world when it comes to our funding formulas. We already have seen flexibility and changes within federal government or federal pots of funding that are already available. We're going to continue, all of us, to go to our FPTs and have these conversations with the federal government. So I can't give you a time frame, but I'd be surprised if anyone can tell you what's going to be happening anywhere in the world in a year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, I'll just finish with a comment. This is really a hopes and prayers section of the budget. We hope that we will be able to advance these 3 projects to the business case, that there will be northern contracting, there will be Indigenous partnerships. I feel like we don't have anything that is super sturdy here. We just have a lot of hopes and prayers. And for something that is so vital to our economy, I would like to see a more proactive, or at least show me that it's proactive approach to obtaining more infrastructure money from the federal government. I don't see that now. And I hear it's being discussed, but I don't hear there's any deadline. So we hope and pray the federal government will come up with 100% funding for infrastructure. I mean, that'd be wonderful, wouldn't it? But it's not something that we can count on. And I think that we have to deal with what we've got. And maybe that means going back to the priorities and looking again at the 3 large infrastructure projects and sorting out how we can prioritize those. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, and I'll take that as a comment. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm going to move on to member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, some of the comments that were just made are enlightening. You know, 100% for projects, it's possible. Us underestimating the Indigenous peoples is not okay, because I know that you've got to engage the Indigenous people. There are people that the claims have been settled, and they are in part in that partnership, no matter which project it would be. I firmly believe that Indigenous people have come a long way. I saw, if you want to do amazing things, you can do amazing things. It was very positive what the minister had just said, Madam Chair. And I also want to, you know, because I never give up. When as a leader, you have to always think out of the box, and you can do anything you want if you put your mind to it. Amazing things could happen. I'm very optimistic when it comes to business. I also want to comment on a couple of other things. Design build, P3s, or any of those, you have to look at the project and the terms of reference. And signing on the bottom line has got to make sure that you have your I's dotted and your T's crossed. Okay? So I just want to make sure that people understand that design build is not a bad thing. Okay? There are Indigenous people that could actually put that together. I do not underestimate no one in the Northwest Territories, because if you put your mind to something, You get those kind of people that work for you, okay? And you still are a winner in the long run because you are in charge as Indigenous people I'm talking about, and also whether it be local content or local contractors here in Yellowknife with engineering and architectural accrements, we have to look at those. Because I strongly feel that some of the design builds, when you do turnkey, you have everything inside. That didn't happen over here at the Stanton, okay? We should have had an MRI, we should have had all these other things, and that didn't happen. Lessons learned. But you know what? You learn from some kind of times when things go wrong, you try to learn from them. Not everything goes right in contract negotiation or mediation or any of these things. But you have to have an open mind. I said that in my speech this afternoon. Not everything fits the mold. And Mr. Dragon touched on it and briefly, and I'd like to keep an open mind. I'm not going to say design built is no good. I'm not going to say P3 is no good because I'm open for options. We have to build an economy here. And if we're going to start all this stuff of you can't do this and you can't do that, we're closing all the doors again. I'm not saying that everything, you have the clientele in the north. You just got to make sure that it fits the mold. And, and I don't want to underestimate any of our Aboriginal groups because there's a lot of really incredible, amazing people that I sat with over the years. And very business-minded. And we're always able to give positive input to various things. Something that you wouldn't see, they see. They see things a little bit differently sometimes, but that doesn't mean they don't have the ability to move forward. And I think that we have to encourage that. And I'm not going to ask any questions because I just want to make sure that those were encouraging statements that were just made, Madam Chair. And I'm the type of person that is all about the economy. I've always been pro-development to ensure that the Northwest Territories could pay for their own someday. I don't think I'll see it in my time, but I hope that our future generations are able to grasp that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member from Tabacha. Since there are no questions in there for the minister, I will move on to member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on some of the comments made by my colleague from Yellowknife Centre. And I think I heard the Deputy Minister say that the Mackenzie Valley Highway is going to take another 4 years in environmental assessment before, I guess, shovels can hit the ground again. That project has been in environmental assessment since 2013. 2013. So another 4 years, that means it'll have been in environmental assessment for 11 years. Why is it in environmental assessment for 11 years? Because N.W.T submitted a project that was ill-defined and has had to be redefined probably about 5 or 6 times. It's gobbling up an enormous amount of money and regulatory time. The thing was submitted prematurely. So this is not the way to do big infrastructure projects. Then I hear that the Slade Geological Province Road from the Deputy Minister is going to take 6 years through the environmental assessment. I think that's terribly optimistic. And again, we don't have any money to build it. I'm astounded that we continue to chase these kinds of things without having solid projects that are shovel-ready. You shouldn't be taking something to environmental assessment unless you have the money to do it, quite frankly. So can I get an explanation as to, I don't know how you're going to convince the federal government to give 100% dollars for this stuff when it's still going to take years to get through EA and so on. I just can't see how this is going to work. So can someone explain to me 11 years in EA for the Mackenzie Valley Highway? Why is it taking so long, and why do we keep changing the project? It's because we don't have money. We don't have a well-defined project. Thanks. I'd like to start with that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, many of these projects are actually lots of different smaller projects together. So for example, the Mackenzie Valley Highway, we've already done the Canyon Creek portion of that highway. We'll be looking to do Prohibition Creek next. So we are breaking away bite-sized pieces of those overall large projects. So when you get to the comments of shovel-ready, well, there are actually, in fact, several shovel-ready small projects that go along or work for consultants or work for contractors, things like that, that are the drivers in keeping a lot of people in our economy right now working. So I've got a lot of interest in people wanting to know when the Prohibition Creek is coming out. So no, Mackenzie Valley is not waiting another 4 years before we start work on it. We're working on it now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, I've been up to Canyon Creek. I've seen the road. It was parceled in a way that allowed the community to take better advantage of it. But that's not the project that was submitted back in 2013 to the Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board. So I just want to caution the minister to make sure that if you're going to submit something to environmental assessment, you better have it scoped out properly, and you better have the money to do it. Otherwise, it's wasting time and it's wasting money. And if I had to pick one of the three big projects, I would probably pick the Mackenzie Valley Highway. I think there's at least a prospect of doing that in a way that will benefit smaller communities and lead to some communities rather than the wilderness, perhaps. But I think it raises unrealistic expectations. And I never agreed to have the three big infrastructure projects in the priority list from the regular MLAs in the first place. And I think it's just setting us up for failure by continuing to try to say that those three projects are going to get done or that they even can get started in the lifetime of this Assembly. The kinds of projects I want to see our government focus on are things like housing, community infrastructure, environmental remediation. That's, I think, you have some prospect of actually attracting federal investment in those things over projects like the Slade Geological Province Road or even Tolson. Tolson, we don't have a market, we don't have buyers, there's not a feasibility study or ready, there's no business case for it yet. In any event, I agree completely with my colleague from Yellowknife Centre that we should be revisiting the priorities, the big infrastructure projects, and focusing on one. Trying to say to the federal government you want to do all three at the same time, bad messaging. But if there's one other project that I think we should be advancing, that is connecting all of the communities to high-speed internet. And we've seen the impacts of that as a result of COVID. We can't teach kids. Businesses can't access our services. We can't even hold meetings part of the time because members can't even get on at the same time. We got to fix that, and we need to fix that now. That should be the priority in terms of big infrastructure projects. So I want to ask the infrastructure minister, what is she doing to help make sure that all of our communities are connected to high-speed internet, and why that is not the priority? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As most people are aware, our government does multiple things at a time. So by supporting and advocating for one project does not mean that we're not doing others. I would completely agree. COVID has highlighted the lack of infrastructure and the have and have-nots of our territory. 100% agree with that. However, internet is actually in the Department of Finance. It's not my department. However, I do continue to work with my colleague on that because there is a bit of an overlap in that area. I would argue back as far as if we're going to have for your comments regarding the project, I mean, we have large portions of the Mackenzie Valley Highway already completed. The environmental assessment is for the bridge and the Mount Cadet Access Road. These have created a lot of employment around. We've had capacity building projects as part of this. Canyon Creek was a great example of that. So we are going to continue to go forward and do small portions of projects that have an overall larger overarching theme, because as a government, we need to create the infrastructure that we're lacking, and we have to start somewhere. The best time to have started these roads would have been 20 years ago, but we got to start at some point, and we can't leave our communities stranded. So we all sat around as 19 people and we took a vote. So it's well noted that those 3 projects were not ones that you wanted included in that. However, as everybody likes to say, it's consensus, and we had a vote and they were included, and I'm sure the Premier is taking note of your concerns around the mandate and priorities, and we'll take that into account. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member? All right. I'll move on to member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I see from the corporate management activity description that this is kind of like a high-level division within infrastructure. And I can imagine that there's probably quite a bit of very experienced people in those positions. I note from the active positions for that division, there's 37 in headquarters. I'm wondering how many of those are P1 Indigenous in management in that division? I'll ask that first question. Masi.
Thank you. Member? Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have the breakdown of Indigenous, but I do believe that Dr. Dragon does. So I'll pass that over to him. Thank you.
Minister, Dr. Dragon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of senior managers in the department, 61.5% of the senior managers are identified under the N.W.T's affirmative action policy. In addition to those managers, when we look at our complement of senior staff, we have very much within our regional superintendents right across the regions, we have strong Indigenous Aboriginals in those positions. And overall, if you look at the Department of Infrastructure, we're very much in that 45 to 46% range of Indigenous Aboriginal right across the department, and I think we'll be getting to that later on in terms of the positions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Decho?
The question was specifically to the corporate management, the active positions on page 233, the 37 that's listed there. I'm aware that the other positions you're noting are further ahead, so I'm not getting there yet. I'm just looking at these positions here just to see how many P1 Indigenous people you have in there, and if there's any succession planning or apprenticeship programs or to bring in people into that corporate management division. Merci.
Thank you. Member? Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will commit to getting back to the member on the number percentage there if Dr. Dragon can't find it in the next 2 minutes or 2 seconds even. I do commit that this is generally a conversation I am having with the department. It has been a bigger conversation I've had in my career, is the lack of technical Northerners and Indigenous people in these positions. It is a discussion that Dr. Dragon and I had very early on. Another piece of that, which is not what you're asking, has also been about women. I recognize the department is not doing well from a female standpoint, and it's something that I clearly wanted to change, so I'm committed that I'm having those conversations. I do believe that Dr. Dragon has found the numbers, so I'm going to pass it over to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of our senior managers, consists of those 26 positions. We have myself, Deputy Minister, we have 3 Assistant Deputy Ministers, 16 Directors, and 5 Regional Superintendents. Of the employees who make up that group, 3 are Indigenous Aboriginal, 4 are Indigenous non-Aboriginal, and 8 are women. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Yeah, Masi Cho. Thank you for all those numbers. Those ones you're referencing from the 37, I wonder, they're not just administration positions, are they? The 3 you mentioned?
Thank you, Member. Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, they consist of positions that we have in the department that are they're within the corporate management entity, but those are administrative assistants for those assistant deputy ministers and myself, a senior advisor. We also have the capital planner that's in with that group as well. But the majority of that unit is our senior management team. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Decho.
Yeah, we always have post-secondary students that are always looking for work and stuff, and it's good to bring them into the folds and job shadow people, even for the summer, so it gets their interest up there. I'm wondering if you can provide me a breakdown just to show me how many are actual Dene people in your positions there. Masi.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
I'll head that back to Dr. Dragon as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon.
Aglenidea, the head of the department is a Dene person. And looking at the opportunity within infrastructure, again, I think has a very strong representation of Indigenous Aboriginal people. The one thing that I want to mention is in the department, we've been taking succession planning very seriously. So in one situation, we provide transfer assignments. So in the department, we have currently 48 developmental opportunities. Those people are going to other departments to get experience. In terms of those 48, 11 are Indigenous Aboriginal employees, 9 are Indigenous non-Aboriginal employees. We also participate in the N.W.T leadership program. Based on that, we have 14 participants in that. 5 are Indigenous Aboriginal, 3 are Indigenous non-Aboriginal. We also have 2 senior managers, one that's Indigenous non-Aboriginal, that's a part of that development program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Decho.
You mentioned the N.W.T leadership program. I'm wondering what program you're mentioning there. It's not the associate directorship program. Can you elaborate, Masi?
Thank you, Member. Dr. Dragon.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the N.W.T leadership program is actually divided into 3 groups. So we have emerging leaders. These are what we would consider just about getting into the management area, wanting to become a manager of people, providing them opportunities, as well as managers that have been in there that now want to move up into the director level. The third category is actually the executive leadership stream. And that's where we have, as a government, look at leaders that we have in the organizations that we feel could use other developmental opportunities in other departments to increase their competencies and move into that potentially ADM or deputy role. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Deschaux.
Yeah, maybe something about that emerging leaders program. My work is with infrastructure as a project officer. I did take the first level of that training, the emerging managers program. My manager at the time allowed me to go. Well, that's as far as it got. You know, the other 2 levels were off limits to me. So it's mostly geared for people that are in actual management positions to enhance their roles. And it stopped a person like me. You know, a prime example, I can tell you, I applied for a manager position, an area manager position. I wasn't even considered for an interview or any transition. So there is problems within the departments, no matter how well you figure you have it structured in succession planning. There is always problems. Your 2020, a brighter future, been there for over 10 years, nothing is, and that was never ever advanced. You know, so there is problems with succession planning, and like we say, you live within the Indigenous territory. And we want to see more of our people advancing, and in order to get that, you have to open these doors for them. Those are the only comments I'd like to make at this point. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Deschaux. I'll take that last as comment. Are there any further questions? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was, I think the minister made a comment, or somebody made a comment on lessons learned on projects. Like, you know, we've seen, the Deschaux Bridge, the highway out at by Betchico is going ahead, and we hear problems there, and there's probably other ones out there as well. And we seem to, over the years, we seem to always go back to, you know, lessons learned, but I don't know if we ever learn any lessons, to tell you the truth, or if we do, we forget them pretty quick. So I just want to know what your department's doing to, what do you do with that information from lessons learned? Like, give me some examples or something that tells me that you guys, that the department's actually learned something. Can you do that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, considering I've only been here for 8 months, and I don't know how they've, you know, I don't have a delta. I can't look at what it was before and say this is how it's changed to here. But I can tell you, I've already learned lessons from projects I had nothing to do with the contracting of. For example, the members' comments about the taser, about Ray Access, other things such as that. So I can guarantee and commit to you that I am personally learning lessons, and I will be incorporating those. I will turn it over to Dr. Dragon, though, to speak to the department's more formalized lessons learned planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think as a lifelong learner and coming into this department, one of the opportunities that we have is to be able to look at all the different facets of the department and where we can do a better job. I think something where we can point to where we're actually, we learned from something was recently when we did the Ray Access Road. And in that situation, again, the criteria to go through and select which home community was selected was based on what the department had been doing for a number of years. And so when it was brought to the attention within my staff, what we did was we now have revisited all those internal procedures. We've put a directive to all of our contract administrators that review all the outgoing tenders now to confirm the appropriate BIP local communities that have been selected in the system. I think it shows that you can learn. And the opportunity that we have within infrastructure is we have a lot of projects, there's a lot of activity and a lot of benefit for the North. We want to make sure that that continues, and by learning some things like that, we're able now to effectuate that change. And so it was unfortunate that it happened, but we were able to correct it very quickly, and now it's changed the procedure within the department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, again, talking back to lessons learned, like I was talking to somebody today, and on the N.W.T road, there's in excess, I guess, of $200 million worth of work. And right now, my understanding is that it's less than 10% northern, and of that 10%, most of it's diesel fuel and just flow-through type goods. So where is, like what have we learned, I guess, if that's what's happening? Like maybe I'm off base here, but I kind of like to, I'd like to hear what you have to say on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to admit that I'm not familiar with the context of what you're saying to give you the more fulsome answer, but I commit to looking into it. I will take that back, and again, just want to reiterate the commitment that I personally have and that I'm directing my department, that we need to start doing things differently, and that we do have to have things stay in the north and northerners working. And we have to, even if it's more painful for us as a department, to ensure that that work is staying, we need to do it. And that's the messaging I'm giving my department. How long it's going to take to change a department of, I don't know how many people work in our department, which maybe I should know, I could probably look on my page here. But it's a big, big department. It is going to take some time for my new corporate messaging to filter down and become the reality of what they are doing. And that's going to be a learning experience, and the lessons learned is part of that. I can tell you that there's times where I butt heads, where I'm saying this has to change, and this is the conversations that Joe and I are having, Dr. Dragon and I are having. The other part is that both of us being new to a department that's very set in its ways is actually a really good thing, I think. And I already see Dr. Dragon's influence in changing how things are going. I see the people that he's brought in. He's promoted to an ADM position, Indigenous Aboriginal person, and that person has more than excelled during COVID. So I see those impacts of new leadership in the Department of Infrastructure already, and I commit that that's going to continue on for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just want to touch on what MLA Bonnarooge alluded to, I guess, which is, fairness, I guess, within the department when it comes to, advancement, job opportunities, and that type of thing. I guess we're in the smaller communities. We know the BS that goes on. We know the reality of what happens, and in the fairness, sometimes it's there. A lot of times it's not. It can still be an old boys club, for better words. And I would like to know how your department is looking at addressing that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last 13 years of my life, I have been a woman in a non-traditional role, and I now am in charge of a department that is full of those exact people. That is the profession that I've been trying to change myself personally for many years. So I'm well aware of that, and unfortunately, a lot of these technical positions are traditionally male-dominated positions. We have problems with getting Indigenous people into sciences, and it's not from a lack of capacity or ability. It is a lack of our education system. This is all the conversation we're having around, and I'm not just trying to throw the EC minister under the bus. We're all new. I don't hold him responsible for that. But this is a problem that's very systemic to the Northwest Territories, and a conversation that I've had since the first day I got up here. If we want to have a successful North, we need to have Northerners making the decisions and doing the work, and that includes in the technical and the skilled sets too, not just the labor. All I can say is, again, that this is a huge, I don't want to call it a pet, Perry, but it's a huge focus of me and why I'm sitting in this seat, and I can tell you that those guys sitting over there are going to be hearing it for the next 3 years about that, getting rid of that old boys club and changing that mentality. So Sorry, Joe. And so all I can say is commit to you that it is going to be ongoing. I will actually task the department right now with coming back to the member with what are they doing to get rid of to increase diversification in the department. Let's make it more politically correct. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair, I wasn't pleased about the comment you made about the Minister for ECE. Anyways, one thing that's important though is service. One thing that I've noticed the government lacking is that we tend to forget that we're there to provide a service to the people of the N.W.T. and not the other way around. And I'm hoping to see that change over, the term of this assembly. And I'm just wondering, how do you see that? Like, how do you see us being, providing that service, and how can we change it so that we're there to, to help them solve problems and assist them and building capacity, assisting them in, getting contracts and that type of thing. So if you can comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh my gosh, sorry. I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Dragon. 1 second here. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the reflections that I can give to committee in coming into a large department like infrastructure, first of all, very much regionally based. The department is, I think it's 53 or 54% regionally based in terms of positions. A lot of the money that we have in infrastructure is regionally based funding. So I think it's a very positive picture there. I think one of the big reflections that I have is that within infrastructure we have a lot of really dedicated employees that continue to do an exceptional job at their specific area. However, we're not strong on communications. And it's one of the big things that I'm looking at the department of how do we create more opportunities to see what the department is doing. And again, as the minister was mentioning, we have a lot of very specific professions. We have engineers. We have very specific tradespeople. We're looking at training programs so that we increase, again, the Indigenous representation within our workforce. But right now, again, overall workplace representation within infrastructure and Indigenous Aboriginal is 45.2%. It's a strong one in terms of the numbers. And if you talk about in terms of our number of employees, total, we get close to, if you talk about all the revolving funds and everything, we're at about 600 employees. Like, that's a lot of Indigenous Aboriginal that we're putting into a lot of these categories. And the last thing I'll say is when we're bringing in summer students, on average, we're bringing in about 60 summer students. This year is a little lower just because of the COVID, but what we're seeing now is a representation that's more of a 50-50 in terms of women and men, which is a very strong, positive, change. Where, in terms of the old boys club, I'm not sure if it's an old boys club or just a lot of people trying to do really good work. And so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. I'm just going to give it to the minister to just one last comment, and then we're going to move on.
My apologies for blanking. I've remembered what I was going to say. So one of the things I have had a conversation with Joe about is that I would like to see some of the Pathfinder type service that we do in ITI start up in infrastructure. So I think we can learn some lessons. ITI does a very good pathfinding program, particularly around our mineral and resource sector. And I'm going to look to have Dr. Dragon start implementing that. I also told them that even if it's painful, people have to start answering their emails, because this has actually been something I've had from a lot of people, that infrastructure is not great at answering emails. So that is a directive that I've given to Joe and Joe has given to his staff. And that if they don't want to answer emails because email conversations are becoming adversarial, then they can escalate that to us in management, and we will take that role on, because I'm not going to subject employees to that. However, they can't just ignore the situation, and that is a conversation we've been having. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. All right, so we will now turn to page 231. Infrastructure, Corporate Management, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2020-2021 main estimates, 11,263,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We will move on to programs and services beginning on page 234 with information on pages up to 238. Questions? Member for Trinidad Willowdale.
One of the line items here, I think that's going to probably have a big bearing on a lot of other departments and even infrastructure. I notice here's fuel services. I know with one of the little bit of bright lights, the good news that we got through all this that affect the market forces is fuel prices. And we've seen that go down quite a bit. And right now we're going to be looking at delivering fuel to our isolated communities. It affects places like N.W.T, right up through N.W.T, all that area right up the river. And affects N.W.T vehicles right across the board, there's so many places this will affect. So I guess my quick question is to have these forecasts been adjusted for fuel prices with the new fuel prices as they are right now because of the low fuel prices. Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, because as mentioned before, this is the snapshot pre-COVID, so it hasn't been adjusted at this point. I think you could expect that you would see an adjustment in next year's estimates based on COVID. So, thank you. Further to that, if you would like to have a further conversation on the fuel services, I would commit to offering my department for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad Willowdale.
I do know that also we did have some online conversations about the fuel prices in N.W.T. I know that there was a lot of it was a point of contention, I guess, with the community that the prices were so high and never like everybody else in the north, and paid a lower price. And there's a lot of factors that go into that. And I know that they get the fuel delivery once a year. And again, I just want to see if we get some commitment from the minister of the department that we could see that change or a favorable change to these prices in this coming in the near future, I guess. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Chair, yes, we buy at market, we sell at market, so you will see that change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad Willowdale.
Madam Chair, nothing further.
Are there other questions under the programs and services? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm looking at page 236, the contributions. Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund. There was an amount in the last year for active forestry carbon sequestration, $414,000. What did we actually get for that money? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This one I will ask Dr. Dragon to answer, please.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The active carbon sequestration in forestry is done with the Department of ENR. This looks at efforts intended to maximize forest growth, and over the next 5 years we'll have 120 hectares that will be selected for forest regeneration and 60 hectares for thinning. In terms of the season, I know that they got a late start last year. They're looking for more of a robust season this year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess we're fortunate the Deputy Minister knows the Deputy Minister that served before in ENR. Is this like a scientific study, and who's actually carrying out the work? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Dr. Dragon.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This program's actually being utilized. I think they're using one of the universities as well to be a part of this project, but it's a contractor that they're having going in. And again, the site assessments occurred last year, and then the one for thinning and then the other one for planting. The majority of the field work, if we look at one of the considerations of COVID, this might be it, of whether or not we could still do the field season or not. I think that's, getting an update from the Department of ENR. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I'd like to be kept in the loop, so if the Minister could commit to provide an update as to whether that work goes ahead or not, I'd appreciate that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We commit to doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I also have some questions about the large-scale commercial and industrial something or other related to the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund. As I recall, there was some kind of proposal submitted to basically give money to industry that did not meet initially with Environment and Climate Change Canada's approval the first time around, so they had to go back and renegotiate something. What is this program all about? And if they have to provide details offline, I guess I'd appreciate it, but I don't sort of ever recall seeing a request for submissions or applications or proposals or whatever. So what is this program all about? Who's administering it, and has it actually started to roll out publicly? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will pass this one over to Dr. Dragon as well. Thank you.
Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the LCELF Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund agreement is providing $31.2 million over 4 years to fund projects and initiatives that reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the Northwest Territories. All 6 of these initiatives were proposed by the government of the Northwest Territories and will directly support the implementation of the 2030 energy strategy. The combined proposed initiatives have the possibility to leverage up to $74.2 million, all of new programs if fully subscribed. In terms of the 6 initiatives, there's the first one is energy efficiency upgrades for public housing. The second one is energy efficiency upgrades to N.W.T marine vessels. Third, government greenhouse gas fund. Fourth, buildings and industry grant program. Fifth, enhance Arctic Energy Alliance programs and services. And finally, the last one is the active carbon sequestration in forestry. And we could provide those details if the member would like. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for the explanation. I was aware of that. There's this line item here, large-scale commercial and industrial. Seems to be maybe a word missing, but I had understood that there was going to be some kind of grant or program to big emitters. And I'm just wondering, is this it? And like last year, we spent $2.5 million on this, and I guess I'm trying to understand what we got for it and some description of what the money is actually for and how it's rolled out, how do people access it, and so on. And if they have to provide that later, that's fine. I just want some details of that particular initiative. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
We will commit to taking this away and getting more details for the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to find in the budget here, how does Arctic Energy Alliance get its funding from infrastructure? Is it somewhere else in the budget, or is this the portion to ask questions about? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So there was a review of Arctic Energy Alliance. It suggested some realigning of some of their work, and I'm just wondering how we're making out with that. Because there's a lot of additional funding that's coming from the federal government that's going into Arctic Energy Alliance. So how's that work progressing, and have they realigned their programs according to the evaluation that was carried out, or what's happening? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this, like I said, is the area for Arctic Energy Alliance, and it was part of the priority to give them more funding. So I am going to pass it over to Dr. Dragon for the more detailed explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Arctic Energy Alliance, in terms of their funding, they get $2.74 million in core funding that's ongoing from the N.W.T. We've also been able to leverage $3.07 million. That's a combined program through that LCELF program, as well as N.W.T, for a total funding allotment of $5.8 million. In terms of their review and as they're looking at programs, some of the key projects that they're currently working on right now are diesel generator replacements in Sax Harbor, Let's conversion of Fort Simpson from diesel generation to natural gas, hydropower overhauls that they're working on with the existence of Tolson and Snare systems, the Inuvik Wind Project, and the Fort Providence transmission line, and finally some energy retrofits. So I believe again, they're an arm's length group from us, but and have their own board of directors, but I believe that they've taken that lessons learned and applied it to these programs. And all my feedback from this funding and in terms of the programs that they have is they feel very complimented with the amount of funding that's provided in this fiscal year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I see the clock's ticking down, so I'm just going to make a couple of comments here. Look, Arctic Energy Alliance, I think they do good work. Personally, we've accessed them a couple of times for energy efficiency work on our own home. Part of the difficulty is the programs that they offer, you have to have the money to be able to invest to do the upgrades, and it's often expensive work. And so they need to find ways to broaden their programs for people that don't have the cash up front and make the programs more accessible. So that's a suggestion. The other thing that I continue to hear complaints about in Yellowknife, and I understand why they did this, is they don't support solar projects in Yellowknife anymore because there's some concern about Yellowknife's already a hydro-based community. Why would we give people money to take themselves off the grid when hydro provides the power here? I know that that's a low carbon economy fund and issue as well, but I'd understood that they were going to try to find some other ways to support solar. It's also tied up with a bigger issue of getting rid of big grids, period, in the Northwest Territories and building energy self-sufficiency in individuals' homes. But all of that to say, Madam Chair, I guess I'd like to get the minister to, and Sketty can do this on its own, but we need to have Arctic Energy Alliance come in and talk to us about the programs that they offer, especially with this injection of new money and how they're looking at redesigning that and making their programs more accessible. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. I'll take that as comments, and I will go on to the next person. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess there was, I think, some discussion on fuel and fuel prices. I'm just wondering that with transporting fuel, how do we arrive at a price for that? Is it based on some real numbers, or is it based on what MTS requires to break even? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would hope that everything my department does is based on real numbers. I hope he doesn't mind, but I will let Dr. Dragon answer this one too. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, very much based on real numbers and very much based on market prices when we're getting them and buying them, buying that quantity of fuel from the south, and then it has to get either trucked or trained up and then put on barges and then supplied to the 16 communities that we provide fuel through MTS. But again, we are looking at various options when we're looking at fuel pricing. There's different options right now given the price of fuel. We've looked at options of actually maybe coming from the north versus coming from the south. And in fuel services, we're looking at trying to maximize the dollar for the taxpayer. We're currently looking at those two options. We haven't landed on those, but we do have, again, this capacity to bring fuel into the north in different methods, and we're exploring those. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair, I guess I assume that I'm not sure where you're buying the fuel from, where we're buying it from, if it's rack price in Edmonton or where it is. But have you looked at, I guess, the rack price in Edmonton versus rack price, say, in Vancouver and rack price somewhere else, overseas, and coming up through the north? Because there seems to, and I'm not sure what the rack price is, or what, you might be able to give us a number. Like, it doesn't have to be, a solid number, just maybe a range of what we are paying for a rack price and where. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's rack wholesale plus. And we do look at every single option in terms of buying fuel. In terms of the purchasing of fuel, because we buy so much of it, we need to look at opportunities where we can try to save on that purchase. But like anybody, every day sometimes the fuel prices is changing. And in terms of looking at how do we maximize that, our fuel services team, that's what they're doing right now, trying to figure that out and trying to maximize all the time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have an example of a rack price in Edmonton? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister? Dr. Dragon?
Thanks. In terms of an exact price, one of the things that we do with the rack wholesale plus, we get a discount to the wholesale published price. Then we add the cost of trucking or barging, plus a margin to administer. We negotiated discount to rack, and we are definitely considering other options than Edmonton. But right now it's Edmonton, and I'd have to get back to you with that price. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair, I guess in the news in the past there, we saw negative oil prices. Has that affected the price that the N.W.T has been paying for fuel or gas? Because that's a question that constituents ask. Why is the price at negative whatever, and we're still paying, $1 or $1.20 a liter, and in Edmonton they're paying 50 cents a liter. So I'm just wondering, and I understand, I guess, that we're buying bulk, and then we have to kind of have it ahead of time to get it on the barges and move it north. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. We have bought it at an earlier time, and therefore we turn around and we sell it back at the time, or so when we're selling it, we sell it for what we purchased it for. We don't make any profit off the fuel sales. So unfortunately, there is a lag where if we bought the fuel and shipped it up the previous year, It's still being sold at that same price. We did have some conversation about whether or not we could equalize and look at reducing the prices now, but we can't. It needs to be a more fulsome conversation, but the gist of that being is, can we burden the future consumer with that extra price? So it's a bit more complicated than that, but the short and basic of it is we bought it at that price last year, and that's what we're selling it at for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair, the other issue, I guess, with fuel is the margin of the fuel, and it's going north. Sometimes when the fuel, like I've been in Sax Harbor when the fuel is actually showed up and it had to get turned around and sent back because it didn't meet spec. So do we take that into account, those type of things into account when during delivery or in our costing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you're referring to the last couple years ago where that all happened, no, just in general. We have, well, I'll refer to that incident anyway, where fuel was not good when it showed up. The department looked at that. They took a look at their procedures through that, and they implemented measures afterwards to not have the bad fuel sale again, and they did put in more controls. I think I don't know if Dr. Dragon would like to add to that, but I'll give him an opportunity to do so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, in terms of going through and figuring out the fuel that's coming up, there's a very rigorous process that come in where they test fuel based on the shipments, the situation where the Minister was talking about. We got into a situation where we couldn't bring rail cars through because of the fire and high level, so we ended up having to truck. Every case that you do in terms of that testing amount is in the thousands of dollars. And so as you go through and you test those car loads of fuel to make sure that it has spec and that it meets spec, along the way we do that to ensure as we're transferring a fuel. And I would say that even where we had that fuel that was under spec, you know, the folks in fuel services were able to get some engineers on that fairly quick and actually made all that fuel right back up to grade. And we're able to do that very efficiently. There was no wastage of any fuel. And at no point did anybody not have access to fuel during that situation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another question that comes up, I guess, with constituents is, well, of course, it's the price of fuel, but what components, they want to know, like, why is it so high? What are the components that make up the cost of fuel? The taxes and freight and those items. Can you provide that information to me? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the member answered his own question. What makes up the fuel price is the transportation, it's the storage costs, it's paying contractors, all of that, the distributors, all of that does add to the cost. I do believe there is supplementation and that not all of those charges are passed back to the consumers. I don't know that there's really more to add. How about this, that we commit to having a bit more of a detailed outline on the fuel services for the member? That would satisfy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Questions, thank you.
Are there any other questions under programs and services? No? Okay, so if we will turn to page 235. Infrastructure, programs and services, operations, expenditures, summary, 2020-2021 main estimates, $34,366,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Yeah. And noting time, I'm going to go to Mr. Norn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to that the chair rise and report progress.
And what does committee agree? Or Wait, do I have to do the motion or? Motion's nor, okay. Sorry. So there's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order, non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. And I'll have Sergeant at Arms escort the witnesses out of the chamber. Please put on your masks.
May I have the report of the Committee of the Whole?
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 30-19 2 main estimates 2020-2021 and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Member for Haverford North. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Wednesday, May 27th, 2020, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioners' opening address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, table document 30-19-2, report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, May 27th, 2020 at 1:30 p.m.
Order. Glenn, you need